Hello Earthlings, I am JeffyBed the Alien, always happy to see you. And today, we are reacting to a very special subreddit. Oh god, this is gonna be a nightmare. Alright, so we will be reacting to the subreddit 50/50, which for those of you who are not aware of what this is, it's basically a place where you get two options. And if you click the link, it's either going to be something wholesome or something fucking terrifying in many different ways. So it's either going to be something scary, disgusting, or just shocking. But lucky for you, you might not get to see the bad stuff. I might just put mosaic on it, you know, to preserve your sanity. But I'm taking the challenge and sacrificing myself for your entertainment. So, I hope you're happy. Bunch of jerks. No, I'm kidding, I love you. Mwah. Alright, so let's get into it. Okay. I should probably go get my water before that. Hold on. I think I'm gonna need it. Alright. Guy perfectly drifting with his BMW M4, or girl said got run over by a car. You know what? No, I'm not even clicking that one. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Open mouth surgery, or huge jellyfish on the beach. Here we go. Ugh. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Oh my god, why? Why would someone do this? Oh, you can see the teeth inside the gun. Oh. Oh. Oh, fuck. Alright, I guess I lost that one. Alright, a lovely great tray of 6 of the most beautiful large fresh eggs from a beautiful award-winning hen. Or a sick bastard stuck his moot smaller than eggs nuts in an egg box. Ooh. Alright, why am I doing this to myself? Alright, here we go. It's the nuts. It's the nuts. Took me a second to see it. Ah. Ah, for fuck's sake. Alright. Yeah, this was a great idea, Jeffy. Good work. You sure know how to treat yourself to something nice. Alright, how about this one? Pink eye infection. Or big hamburger full of melted cheese. Why do these two things seem similar now? Because I'm reading them in the same sentence. Alright, so far we have not been lucky. Hopefully this one goes well. Alright, come on. Good luck. No. That's gross. So much junk. Yeah, so many of these I can't even do because they're so horrible. Alright, this one. A person's leg removed and intentionally reattached backwards. Or a breathtaking view of the mountains. Come on, they can't all be bad. Wrestling one too. Otherwise, this is just bad luck. Come on, mountains.
We'll be starting to stream shortly. Thank you for your
It's
patience.
the fucking foot. I mean, that one ain't too bad. Although I don't know why you would want to reattach your leg backwards though. Doesn't really make any sense. What's the use of it? Does anyone know? Okay, moving on. Wow, I'm so unlucky. Am I screwing myself by clicking the pictures themselves? That might be it. I might just be unlucky though. Alright. A rare 18th century dark green Italian violin restored by a Russian woodworker. Or an example of an 18th century medical procedure involving leeches. Alright, here we go. It's the leeches. It's the fucking leeches. I mean, that's not too bad though. Kinda gross. But not too bad. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna start clicking on the links instead of the pictures. Because I think I might be...
Alright.
going to the not safe.
Good morning. I am JeffyBed the Alien,
Always happy to see you. Ooh, it was hard to get up this morning for some reason. But hey, I'm here. I got some decaf coffee, some water as a backup, and I'm here for you all. Welcome. I need to do more vocalizations in the morning because otherwise my voice feels like it's all backed up. How y'all doing? How is this Wednesday morning treating you? Is it everything you hoped it would be? Alright, let's say hi to some kitties. Good morning, Crasher. Hi, Sarah. Hey, Angel, good to see you. How you now? What's up? Hey, meet you. Good morning. I hope everybody's staying safe. You know, COVID is still a thing. And also, if you're in Texas, please, don't waste your power watching me. Try to stay warm, okay? Man, must suck. Some people are still with no power, it seems like. I do hope they fix that soon. That storm cannot last much longer. Or is it over already? I am not too sure. In any event, please, stay safe, okay? I mean, it's not everyone that's used to colder climates. So, it takes more time for them to get used to it. But I think they'll be okay. I think they'll be okay. Alright, what else? What else? Oh yeah. That good news, everyone. All the waitlisted commissions have been finished. So I will be reopening commissions for money for the first time very soon. So I'm working on the prices right now, trying to get the price list sorted so that when I do launch, there will be a variety of options for every budget. Yes, even yours, in the back. I see you. Don't think you could try sneaking in like that. I would not notice. Yes, of course, Angel. Coffee is universal. Oh, that's good news, Sarah. I have a cloth mask myself. I find those surgery masks a bit too thin for my liking. So I ordered some custom-made masks from a nurse online on her Etsy shop. She made them in a wavy pattern. You know, the kind that folds into itself, so it makes like 2 layers. So that is the one I'm using. Well, I mean, I have multiples. One for every day of the week. But the weekends. Also, I use an extra mask on top of my first mask to make even more layers. So, in theory, it should be safer from what I've seen on the CDC and World Health Organization websites. But a mask is better than none. So if you have it, please, wear your mask. It's not about keeping you safe. It's about keeping others. And if you both wear them, transmission becomes very difficult. So it's our way of helping curb the progress of this insidious disease, while the vaccines can do their work. I'm still surprised we got the vaccine as early as we did. But I mean, most of you got it. In your countries, at least. It might not be your turn yet. But it's coming. I live in Canada, which is unfortunately suffering from a considerable delay for their shipments. because we're using European stockpiles. And apparently they're stuck at the border. Because Europe wants to vaccinate themselves first. So I guess we're kinda stuck waiting. I'm doing good, Angel. Thank you for asking. Oh. Blown away how, Ben? Also, good morning, Ben. Did you find it too spooky? Or are the graphics mind-bending? Or maybe it's a little bit of both? Now I'm curious. I know a lot of people really enjoyed the first Little Nightmares. And apparently the second one does not disappoint. So I would be intrigued by your answer. Also, when is the Nintendo Direct today? Is it soon? I can never figure that shit out. Hold on, let me check. Nintendo Direct, Nintendo Direct, Nintendo Direct. Oh, it's at 5 p.m. Okay, so we'll be offline by then. Although we'll be able to talk about it tonight on our night stream at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific. Oh man, this feels weird. It still feels like this is a Saturday. Because if I'm streaming and it's the morning, it must be a Saturday. So my brain still is very, very confused. It did not help that Monday's stream was on YouTube, which was like confusion galore. Confusion galore. Streaming on YouTube is weird. There, I said it. It's like the stream delay is almost nil, but the chat messages delay is considerable. Which is funny because what's the use of having near instant streaming if chat does not appear in a few seconds? That kinda defeats the purpose, don't you think? Okay, so there's gonna be some big news then, Ben. Is that what you're implying? Well, I mean, all things considered, Miku, it went well. I had about half of my usual viewership, which is understandable considering that I don't think most of the people here follow me on YouTube. So, that's something that will be fixed in time, as more and more people realize I'm not on Twitch on Mondays anymore. Although a part of me kinda wonders if that was a mistake. But hey, we gotta grind those 4,000 watch hours somehow if we want to be YouTube partners. So I'm gonna be working on that as well. Trying to get to 1,000 YouTube subscribers and 4,000 watch hours. That's what we need in the last 12 months. So that's something we'll have to work up to. Although, I should probably try to work up to it using my videos instead of streaming. Because I feel like if I fall below that threshold, I will lose partnership. So it kinda defeats the purpose now I think about it. Oh well, I can always adjust. If YouTube doesn't pan out, I can just return to Twitch. And hope Twitch doesn't shit the bed, so to speak. Come on Twitch, you can do better. I believe in you. A little bit. Hope you're having a good Wednesday, Super. Yeah, Nightbot is a bit strange as well. Although I'm curious to see if I play a little bit more of a popular game on YouTube streams, will I be able to get more exposure? Because people say the algorithm on YouTube is kinder to smaller streamers. Anyway, those are questions I will be answering in the next few weeks as I keep testing out this new schedule. This is not the be-all end-all schedule though. I'm still working out what's the best schedule for me. So if it doesn't pan out like this, I might just tweak a few streams to make this schedule the best it can be for both you and me. Because I also need to be working on comics, artwork, and, well, you know, YouTube videos. And I need time to make that. So I might adjust the streams accordingly, depending on how they perform. It's important to be ready for change. Those who don't change get left behind. So it's good to be able to meet the new challenges with as much flexibility as possible. At least that's what I think. Yeah, I know, right, Chris? Time, what's that? There is never enough of it. And yet, it just keeps coming. How are we wasting all that time, you wonder? I ask myself that the same day. All the time. I also hope you're having a good Wednesday morning, Chris. Welcome. Coffee time. There's nothing quite like iced coffee. Really hits different. It's cold, huh? Do you live in Texas? Or the Midwest? And do you have power? I mean, if you're watching me, you must have power. Either that or you're wasting an incredible amount of data. That's to me. Oh yeah, right. You're in Quebec as well. I forgot about that. Man, my brain is Swiss cheese. I mean, yeah, it is cold. Wait, how cold is it? I need to get out today for some groceries. Let's see. So it's currently minus 14 Celsius, which means it's minus 23 Celsius with the wind. So that's minus 9 Fahrenheit for those not familiar with Celsius. So it's pretty cold. Hey, Quebec. I'm doing good. Thank you very much. What about you? How are you doing? How is this Wednesday morning treating you? Oh yeah, I've kind of buried the lead here, haven't I? Today, we are returning to the Obra Dinn. So we'll get to learn more about what the fuck happened on that ship. So much death, so much destruction, and we have to piece it all together. You know, for insurance purposes. And no, I'm not kidding. That's exactly what the story is. Tennessee, huh? Oh, hi Emerald, welcome. I'm glad you did not lose power, Crusher. Power is everything. It powers our heaters. It powers our PCs. It powers our game consoles. And, oh. Well, thank you for the follow, Emerald. Thank you so much. So, Cubic says he just woke up, but he is okay. Ah, c'est bien. Bon réveil, dans ce cas-ci. Have a good wake-up period, I told them. Bilingual stream, let's go. Yeah, space heaters are underrated, and I'm not just saying that because I'm an alien. Now, it's good to have a backup in case your power grid goes bye-bye. Or if your current room is unsuited for longer living. Now all of this thing makes me think of the game we played a few weeks ago, Frostpunk, where we have to keep our population from freezing to death. Feels kind of inappropriate to say, don't you think? Oh no! I'm so done. Alright, the announcements are ready to go. I just forgot to press send. Oh god, I'm not woken up yet. Sleepy Jeffy strikes again. Hold on, let me announce it. Boop. And boop. Alright, announcement posted. Yeah. Stonewall saves the day. Again. Oh my god. Professional streamer, by the way. Literally, I do this full time now. And yet I still do this dumb shit. Wow. Are there any reasons why you wanted to subject yourself to such a challenge, Thrasher? I sure hope not, Chris. I sure hope not. Trophies. The achievements. They make you play games in ways you are not comfortable with. And that can be fun sometimes. I'm not a big fan of those. But hey, that's fine. Also, I should probably switch to just chatting now, huh? Yeah, we'll go back to the Obra Dinn in just a moment. But first, I wanna wake up a bit, talk with you all, lovely people. Hey, good morning/evening, Keme. Hope you had a good Wednesday. Kame's Wednesday is over. Ours is just beginning. What a world. What a world. I still think time zones are bullshit. But hey, what do I know? Okay. So if you don't have a goal, you're not interested in the game, Crusher. Well, I mean, most of the time, the goal of the game is to finish the game. So what you're saying is that if you want to play more after the game is over, achievements is your motivation. Oh yeah, I guess that makes sense. I'm glad to hear that, Kame. Although, don't feel bad about the alcohol. Being sober is still a lot of fun. At least I think so. But yeah, we had a lot of fun with Frostpunch. However, I finished playing it off stream, and I completed the scenario. Although I got the ending where they said, we survived, but at what cost? Because, I went a bit too deep in the order tree. So I don't think people like the prisons. And the, propaganda. And the forced labor. Hey, Sarada, thank you so much for the host. How are you doing today? Hey, Moon. Good morning to you as well. Okay. Drinking about every 3 days or so feels like it's a good balance. I feel like it might, if you're drinking every day, you might want to, think about what you're doing. But I feel like once every 3 days is a safe amount. As long as it's not, incredible amount. Someone can drink once a week, but if they drink to blackout drunkenness, I feel like it's not fixing the problem. Whoop. Hey Moon, thank you so much for the host. You're good and a bit high. Well then, the game we're playing today might mess you up. We're playing Return to the Obra Dinn. No wait, Return of the Obra Dinn. Which is a game about an insurance adjuster in 1800s going to a ghost ship has recently washed up ashore. And you have to use your magical timepiece to go back in time and watch what happened. You can only go back to the death of someone. So you get little glimpses of what happened whenever you find a corpse. So it's a weird game. The art style reminds me of a pixelated Game Boy. If Game Boys could do 3D graphics. And there's 60 people in the crew you have to 1. Identify, 2. Figure out how they died. The only thing you have to help you is a sketch of the crew members and the crew manifest, telling their name, their nationality, and their role aboard the ship. So you have to use all that and the context clues and the cutscenes to figure out who is who and what the fuck happened. It's a novel game. I never played something quite like this before. But it's a lot of fun. Exactly, Chris. Magical Voodoo Pocket Watch. Okay, the top law in the freight tree makes hope stay at 100% permanently. But, yeah, okay. It's the reverse on the order side. Discontent becomes a non-issue. But hope is a problem. Okay, now I'm glad you have control over that, Cammy. Many people don't. It's an expensive and sometimes dangerous hobby if you don't have good self-control. Hey, Dad, what's up? Welcome to Morning Stream, Wednesday edition. Oh, this is for you, Moon. Thank you for spending Federation credits. Alright, so yeah, I'm excited to continue our adventure. We're almost a quarter of the way through it. We have identified almost a quarter of the poor individuals on the ship. So I guess we'll have to see more cutscenes. Although I have a promising lead, where we found a cutscene of someone sleeping in the bed. They have we can see only their arm, but we know who they are. We just have to figure out which sailor has that very specific tattoo on their arm, and then we can cross him off the list. Oh god, that sucks. I hope they fix it soon so you can drink water again. You have bottled waters at least, I hope. Or some form of replacement. Now hold on. I think Nightbot might be confused. Let me see if I can bring him back in. Yeah, he wasn't in here. He left. How dare you, Nightbot? Sleeping at the job. He was sleeping at the job. Alright, so he should be returning in about a minute or two. Thank you for your patience. Oh yeah, that room. Oh no. I mean, number one couldn't be too problem. Number two will be a chapter unto itself. So I do hope you have that fixed soon. Yeah, he literally had only one job. I feel like if I send him to YouTube, he leaves my Twitch channel. That's kinda weird. Or maybe it just bugged. At least I'm happy that the chat box is back. Nice chat box. Nice chat box. On YouTube it worked for the morning, and then totally shut the bed. At night it's like, what is even the point? But yeah, so we'll be playing that game soon. Alright, what else do I want to talk about here? Oh yeah, I spent a surprising amount of hours, both yesterday and a few days ago, trying to mod Skyrim. Because I really want to play this on stream at some point. So, I think I went a bit overboard. I think I'm up to like 40 mods or something. That's what's fun about Skyrim, you can customize it to your liking. But that can also be something you do too much of, and then you're like, oh yeah, I think I want that. Oh, that would be nice. Wait, a full new camping system? Yes, please, I'm in. I love camping. oh my god, those new clothing look very pretty, let's add those. And then next thing you know, it's 1 a.m. and the game is not launching anymore. So you have to figure out which of the 40 mods you put in that broke it. So you know, fun times. But I think I got it stable. And it even comes with a mod that allows you to have a different starting story than the main game. So you don't get stuck in the big trolly intro from all the memes. I think it's the rum, Kemi. I think it's the rum. Although I could be wrong. No, it's the rum. But yeah. So look forward to Skyrim sometime soon. Maybe tonight. Hold on. Tonight, maybe. Let me check my calendar. Yep, okay. I was scared I had a collab tonight. Turns out I didn't. I don't know. I'm not sure what game I'll play tonight. I'm hesitating between Skyrim or Valheim. What do you guys think? Which one of those two games would you enjoy more of? Well, I mean, I appreciate how eloquent you are, even if you're drunk. Because I still remember that 1 or 2 times you hopped on my Discord and went all the typo-ease. That was kinda something. I mean, that might be a good idea, that. The thing with mods is if you don't stop putting mods in, you never actually start the game. Hey, Omega, good morning. Yeah, alright, so that explains it then. That explains it, Kemi. Yeah, I feel like I should probably play Valheim at some point before the hype dies down. Do you know it sold like 2 million copies? That's nuts. The game is made by like 1 or 2 people. You know, this is the big revolution I was talking to you guys about a few weeks ago. AAA games are becoming stale. So it is now left to the independent community to make games that will keep gaming alive. Because you can only play so many Call of Duty games. Or, you know, a remake of that game that keeps coming out, Skyrim, but I don't know, sometimes the independent games can make even more money on smaller budgets and still having gameplay that is very new. Like for example, Return of the Obra Dinn. That's made by a very small studio of 1 person. They're the same person that made Papers, Please. Both games are novel, have new gameplay. And they practically cost nothing. Yeah, pretty much, Chris. You could even say they don't really make franchises. They make cash cows. Time to play the 20th NHL game. It's about the same. The graphics are a little better, I guess. Have you seen our new currency? You can buy cards now. You know, things that don't really improve the game. Yes, Papers, Please is a treasure crusher. Very impactful gameplay. Very simple graphics. A gameplay loop that makes me think I was at work. But it works because it tells a story. It tells a story, not only with its gameplay, but also with its moral choices you're faced with. And it has multiple endings. I mean, you might have, Cammy. If you talk too hard at someone and you spit on them, do they keel over and die? That would be a good hint. I mean, already way ahead of you, Moon. I got my coffee already. But I'll be here when you return. Barring some unforeseen tragedies. Like a plane falling on top of my head. I'm kidding, please don't. You know, I just have to say it. Well, I mean, that's part of life, Super. That's how you graduate and get the fuck away from high school. So it's for a good cause. It's even for a great cause. Because high school is high school. And it is nothing like the real world. I think you'll find the real world a much kinder place. Well, in some parts. In others you will be left wondering what the fuck happened. Hey, Sides, good morning. You know when was the last time I played a Call of Duty game that... 2014. So... I'm not a fan of that franchise. I don't know, kinda feels like an amusement park ride. Sit in this chair. Go pew pew on these persons. The story advances. Pew pew some more. More story. It's like you're on rails. And the multiplayer is, what's the word I'm looking for? Oh, hi Kareem, thanks so much for the follow, welcome. We're going to be playing Return of the Obra Dinn in just a moment. We're just waking up. So welcome. I mean, if there's one thing Florida has, Supers, they know how to have fun. So I don't think you'll be disappointed. I mean, I didn't say that was a bad thing, that. It's just that I personally don't enjoy that kind of things. Also, the fast-paced, shooty of the multiplayer makes me feel inadequate. It's like, oh, respawn, turn the corner, die. Respawn, turn the corner. Shoot, miss, die. Turn around, swear. Go around the corner. Hit the person once. Get shot, die. Swear. Blather, rinse, repeat. Until my blood pressure makes my skin turn blue. Anyway. Yep. Exactly that, exactly. I mean, we all have our gameplays that we enjoy more than others. For me, it's the customization. If I can customize something, I'm fucking there for it. Which is why I'm surprised I'm not playing The Sims. It allows you to customize your characters, your homes, your relationships. Maybe I should try streaming that at some point. Maybe. But I think the artificial ones are better, Sarah, because they last longer. Just imagine paying $200 for something that'll just keel over in a week. Also, I feel like my enjoyment of Call of Duty is tied to my abysmal first-person accuracy in shooters. I feel like if I was better at them, I might enjoy them a little bit more. But it's like battle royales. I get shot, I panic. I don't shoot back, I die. So I'm not really made for that kind of stuff, it seems. Hey, Fen. Yeah, you'll laugh, Fen. You see me online, but I wasn't really playing it. I was trying to make it stable so I could actually start playing it because I have like 45 mods now. Oh, you know what? Hold on, let me check. How much mods do I have? Let's open Vortex. Let's see here. Oh, Ice Press. Thank you. Yeah, I woke up a bit late today, so I did not have time to let my hair grow. So short hair it is. Alright, let's see. 55 active mods. Oh my god, it's more than I thought. Yeah, I have 55 mods. Whoa. That's a spicy meatball. Yeah, but I feel like having a mod manager really helps because it allows you to get rid of the most popular buds with, you know, the Lord Order and shit. So if you decide to mod Skyrim, I heavily recommend you use either, well, I mean, the one I use is Vortex because it's tied into Nexus mods, which allows me to start downloads immediately and just manage them all from one single place. I mean, it was pretty stable when I finished yesterday. So what I like about this as well is that they have a lot of information about mods on that software. So when they have conflicts, they tell you which one should be loaded first. So it really takes a lot of the guessing out of the situation. I think the custom animation one was the hardest to get working. And I had the mod for, you know, a nice handy circle menu, like what they have in Fallout 4. But, nope, it didn't work. It just made my game unable to start. So I feel like I'll have to find something else. But I put in some few new animations and some custom idle animations. Although I'm wondering if it's going to break the game down the line. So I might have to reset a few of those mods after I start playing. Well, Nightbot's back. Thank you, Keme. But yeah. So I'm probably going to pick one of the there's a thing that allows you to choose from many different starting points. Like you make your own story, so I think I'll take the one where I'm a hunter in the wilderness. So at least I get a few starting items. And also I don't get stuck on the lengthy twirly sequence that can sometimes bug out. I don't know. I'm still thinking about it. Because that specific mod allows you to start from like, you're a drunk guy in a bar. You're shipwrecked. You got left for dead by bandits. Or you're a vampire in their lair. So there's multiple ways to start the game now. Which is pretty neat. Hey, welcome back, Moon. Don't forget your coffee. Yeah, it's a good mod. It's a good mod. Although some of the starting points don't give you much direction. It's like you start the game and you're like, where the fuck am I? Where do I go? So I guess you make your own adventure once you start. Well, I guess that's fun too, because eventually you stumble back on the main story. I think. So, I don't know. I think I might take the campaign starting story because it ties back into the main story pretty quickly. Since you start near where the the cart takes you in the main game. So I feel like that might be the best way to go about it. But yeah, so I put things in like a camping mod, so I can camp out in the wilderness. I put in some needs like I have to eat, drink, and sleep. You know, things like that. And, you know, something about blacksmithing so I can melt down armor that I don't use, because that feels like it was missing from the game. I also put in a new perk system and a new magic system. But I'm still not sure if I'm going to end up using those spells or not. I know. I feel like Skyrim was a game of its time, and the way the game has evolved with the help of mods over the year makes it a more iconic experience. So that's why I'm modding it. But there was a bad mix of mods than that. I got lucky, I tried the shipwreck one for a little bit. There's a lot of swimming, and then you get to the edge and realize you're in the middle of bumfuck nowhere with nothing. But yeah. Also, apparently you can even add some survival elements like your clothing can keep you warm or not. I wonder if I should try that one or not. Because I feel like it might contradict my other survival mod. So I might have to pick one or the other. The reason why I'm fussing so much over mods right now is that I don't want to switch mods in the middle of a playthrough, because that's going to brick it. Or maybe not, but still it's a risk I'm not willing to take. So I want to make sure I have the best experience right away. So I don't have to meddle with it once I'm starting. Otherwise I'm going to waste time. What type of software are you thinking about, Kemi? Is there a save file you want to save? That's redundant. A save file you want to save. I mean, it's still grammatically correct because you still want to save that save file. As in, get it back. Am I making sense? Oh God, Russia. I do hope your aunt makes it back okay. I've been incredibly lucky. My friends who got COVID all managed to get out of it. One of them got pretty sick, but the others have only lost their taste and smell, and got a bit of a sniffly nose. Which is weird because COVID affects you so differently. One person might not get any symptoms, while another will get hospitalized. That's what's so scary about it. That is a good point, Knight. Also, good morning, Knight. Wait. I have to call you something different now. Morning, Ritz. Because it's morning, you see. Ow. Hit my arm on the microphone stand. Okay, so she has prior conditions. Yeah, that's never a good thing. But I do hope she recovers. Oh dear Lord, Kemi. Yeah, you're right. You should probably get that off your first PC and then scan it on that PC to make sure it's safe. Because I feel like you might get a bad surprise if you try to retrieve it without checking. Alright, so look forward to a Skyrim playthrough in the future. Although, I could probably play Valheim tonight and just turn my Skyrim adventures into an exclusive YouTube series that I post and edit. I mean, that could be fun. That will allow me to play off-stream, but also to record some YouTube content. Skyrim in 2021. Because, allow me to explain my story with Skyrim. I played it on the Xbox 360 back in the day, but I only got so far as maybe... I know I thought it was the ending at one point, but it wasn't. You have a big fight with the big bad, and then they run away and the story just keeps going. That's about where I quit. That's about where I quit. I'm not sure how much of the game I had left at that point. But hey, with all the mods I'll add, I'll have some more gameplay out of it, that's for sure. No, that's a good point, Rasher. That's a good point. So I'm gonna look at my options. I have two games of Valheim running. I have one where I play with my friend Senpai, with his village. So there's a few people on his server. And there's the game I play with my host brother, where we have one house in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by big monsters. So I'll try to figure out what I'm doing. Maybe I'll get my host brother to play with me tonight. Or maybe I'll hop on the Senpai server if he's playing. We'll see. Okay, so you only played it for the mods and not for the story fan. I mean, that's okay, there's so many side quests in that game. I don't believe you'll run out of things to do anytime soon. Well, I mean, external drives can be good because it allows you to back up your data. But then again, if you're using them for games, you'll find your performance middling. Yeah, that might be worth looking into, as Knight says. Can we? But yeah, so many games to play. And now we have a lot of time to do it in. I have 7 streams a week now. And 6 of those are gameplay streams. So that means I get plenty of time to figure out what I'm doing. Well, yeah, speaking of games. Alright, did I finish talking about everything? Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Also, I might have to return to No Man's Sky someday. All the new patches are making me very tempted to give it another go. The VR version was pretty fun, but kinda nauseating. In ships, at least. Alright, cool. Now, I like to have a few subjects I want to talk about, so we got through all of them. So that means it's now time to return to the Obra Dinn. Well, I mean, that's an option, Kame. Although you can just use a drive, a solid-state drive or something if you want to store your items. You could use that PC to... I don't know. If you stream, you can use that as a standalone streaming PC as well, once you get it cleaned up. I used to have a streaming PC, but I prefer to do everything on one rig. It's easier with my current setup. Alright, let's change the game back to Return of the Obra Dinn. There we go. Alright, so let me get the game started. Hey, Midnight! Thank you so much. You're too kind. Oh my god, why can't I alt-tab? This is the first time I can't even see my cursor. Yeah, that's the first time the game keeps my cursor away. That's funny. Hold on, game capture. Alright, I'll start the game again, but this time I'll be clicking out of the screen, so I don't get stuck. Alright, phew. Get out of there. Because I can't select the game if I'm stuck. Yeah, I don't think selling it for the part is even worth it. I don't think it's worth it. You'll get a pittance, while you can just clean up the PC and use it, or give it away to someone who needs it. Alright, let's cut the music, and let's get into our detective shoes. Detective shoes have been put on. Detective hat. Invisible, but functional. Alright. Let's go. We have visual. We have visual. Hi Aaron, good morning. I'm doing good, what about you? Alright, so short recap. This is part 2 of our playthrough of the great game Return of the Obra Dinn. Oh. Hey, and Money, thanks so much for the follow. So this game is pretty easy. A ship with 60 people left the shore and never returned. And many years later, it returns. And we are sent by the East India Company to assess damages and catalog the fate of its 60 passengers. So we have to identify and figure out how each of these 60 people died or disappeared. And we have to put that in the book. We are only helped with our crew manifest and sketches of the crew. So we have to figure out what happened using context clues and our trusty pocket watch that shows the last moments of someone's life. So by looking at people's deaths, we get to see around them what happened. And that's how we get to identify people. And every time you identify correctly 3 people, they get locked in, which allows you to deduct other people's identities. So it's a really novel gameplay. Yeah, it's made by the same people who made Papers, Please, which is another really novel game. And the art style reminds me of the old Game Boy, but it's Game Boy 3D. See, now we're in the hold of the ship. We have access to the book. So all we have is the crew manifest. And let's see. And the sketches. And the way it goes. If someone's face is blurred. Yeah, so if someone's face is blurred, we can't identify them yet. But if you see them, that means you have enough information. Like this person here, we don't know who the fuck that is. But we can identify some of them. And it only locks in the choices once you have 3 correct. So I could be right in some of those. But I can't tell yet. Yeah, those good old acid reflux burps get me. I get those. They'll be fine. Oh yeah, I think I know the game you're talking about, Knight. Fuck, what was it called? Echo Knights. Echo Knights. You're on a cruise ship that's abandoned, and it's full of ghosts. And you have to be careful, because some of those ghosts are not happy to see you. Alright, so the visions come into flavor. There is the bodies that are not on the ship anymore, but have been identified through another vision, which show up as cloudy visions. And there's the actual corpses, like this cow here. You can watch dying, and you see what's happening around it. That's how you get to identify some of the other people. So someone here died burnt on top of this creature. This person here died from an illness, which is probably the one we'll go look at now, because I want to bookmark this. So let's go back in time. I mean, tore someone in half, can we?
Well, same as the other fellow. Some lung disease, not consumption. Made worse by the cold. That's right. If so, we don't have it. They must have picked it up at the last days. I checked all hands just now, and everyone's out.
And him? What are his chances?
I'll give him some more. We'll see.
Alright, so you can zoom in and you get some information about that person. But we've seen him a few times in memories, but we don't know who that is. That's the other guy. We still don't know who that is. But we know who that is. Yeah. William Wasson. Crushed by a beast. I mean, yes and no, Cammy. The artist was taking a shit in the back, and he got caught by the Kraken and crushed. So I don't think it tore him in half, but a lot of the bones on the body upstairs are missing. I don't think that's the correct memory. That's not the correct memory. Fuck, which one was it? There's another one. Hold on, I'll have to look at my memories, so... Between the Carpenters. Yeah, this one. So it's nearby, it's in front of me. Is that in here? No, it's not. No, it's this one. Yeah, that would be useful, Keme, or a big problem. Alright, so... So we got to identify him because he calls him Saim. So if we look... This one was confirmed, because he got called Syed. So that's how we identified him. But I want to bookmark this memory. Because it's important. Right. The reason it's important is because if you go away from this memory... Hey Bobby, what's up? Right, so if you look around here, you see some people sleeping and all the beds have numbers on them. But unfortunately, all the sleeping people here, we can't see. Because they're covered but there's one over here that has a pipe. So we might be able to identify this one because I think I've seen someone else with a pipe in another memory before. But I'm not sure. The one I'm very curious about is this one here. He has a tattoo of a girl with a dress. And he's number 37, so if we look at our crew manifest, '37 is Timothy Butamant. So if we can find the person with that tattoo, we know their name, which will give us more context clues as we find more of the memories. Yeah, I think that's what probably killed him, Omega. Well, I mean, they're pretty much all dead. We have to figure out how they died. And whenever you zoom in into someone, you get to see them on the picture. So that's, the fatter, bearded fellow. Oh. Hey, Walter Mullen. Thank you so much for the follow. Alright, so I just wanted to tag this memory. Also, this is the guy that died in the other scene we saw after. He's still alive, but he's not doing too good. We found his name because it's 51. And if you look at 51 and the crew ledger, Renfred Brajum. Illness. Yep. So, we think it's him. But we can't identify him yet because we need to find two others to lock it in. Which means our other guesses are wrong. Otherwise it would have locked in. No, we haven't, Bobby. We haven't. Also, bon matin, Marek. Comment vas-tu? Alright, so I just wanted to bookmark this memory, and we'll get to explore more. Because I feel like we need a bigger picture. We can't make a judgment yet. There was an impressive body count when really weird sea creatures came out of nowhere to attack people. But we have to keep going down. There's more things to find here. Every body we find, including monsters, is another clue. So this one came out here and got stuck. So we get to see how it died by using the pocket watch. Well, yeah, they're pretty loud, aren't they, Marek? Yeah, exactly, Knight. Thank you for the great recap. Alright, let's watch this. Here's Tattoo Guy again. He can't catch a break. But there's someone behind him. And that doesn't give us much information. I don't think... Wait. Yeah, that looks pretty fatal. I think this guy might be dead. So if we see that guy dying, does that mean he's in the stomach of the creature? Yeah, it's him. Yeah, so who is this? Oh. Hey, Ben, thanks so much for the follow. Oh my god, Thrasher, he did not just go there. That poor guy got torn in half. Also, thank you for the host, Ben. Alright, so we only know how they died. Looks like he got punctured. Speared by a beast. Because Cloud would have meant slashing, this is puncturing. Multiple puncture wounds. Although he did shoot him with a shotgun. Also, these things have riders on top of them. With spears, as well. So it's a shit show. Alright, there's someone hiding behind him. Who is that? Oh, it's him. Yeah, we identified him. That's Nathan Peters. He tried to escape. And he just drowned. Too bad you can't open the doors. I wanted to see if there was someone else hiding. Alright, I think we've seen all we can here. Now, sometimes we'll get to see something else afterwards. Alright, so we finished the chapter. Soldiers of the Sea. Yeah, I wish that was an option, Kame. I wish that was an option. So that means Soldiers of the Sea, that's how many people died in that scene. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So 9 people died. So this guy got electrocuted. This guy got speared. By a terrible beast. This guy got spiked by a terrible beast. This one got decapitated. But so did this person. The problem, though, is that I'm guessing it's the butcher here, because of his overall and what he did in the other video. But I'm not sure. It's not clear. This one was on top of the creature and burned to death. Still don't know who this is, though. Yeah, and this guy got accidentally shot by someone else, who I don't know their identity, so I can't tag them either. Man, this is difficult. Hi, Shiro. How you doing? Yeah, pretty much. Blunderbusses are very dangerous shotguns. Alright, there has to be something else in here. No. No. Somebody got stuffed in a barrel. Oh god, that's fucked up. Yeah, that's not very pleasant. Yeah, so he was still healthy, so this is a much, much earlier. Yeah, this is a much earlier memory. That's one of the guards of the royalty that were on the ship. Right, so there was an accident. Oh. Right, so they just got their heads crushed. Wow, an accident. Loose cargo. An unidentified stowaway, expecting free passage and eventual freedom, was instead crushed inside the falling barrel. Okay, so... Alright, so I guess the guy in the barrel is on the barrel, but someone else died on this scene, look. Yeah, it's him. It's the bonus body. So that means we now get access to someone else. That was not... The corpse is no longer on the ship. But this allows us to see it. So we have to follow the memory trail. And there it is. And we do again. Yeah, people need to... So, the stowaway and the poor guy got fucking crushed. So that happened pretty much instantly. They're still in the same position. Yeah, we identified him. Still don't know who that is. Yeah, what a way to go, huh? How did they die? I mean... Rushed. Crushed by falling cargo. I'm guessing there'll be someone will talk about it later on. Or we'll just get them by process of elimination. They'll probably be one of the last people we identify. Alright, so there's a lot of context here. Make way coming through. Orlop stern. Need the tiller. Lower way. Oi, wait, no. Down below. Yeah, there's a ton of people here. Alright, do we see any tattoos? No. No. Nope. Alright, that's not very informative. We just know how they died, we just don't know who they are. I mean, it was probably tied up, but not correctly. Oh, so that was a very small chapter. Yeah, so there's two people that died here. And we don't have any pictures of the other person. So this one's a freebie. Because it's not letting us choose anything. Alright, can't really do much here. Alright, what else? What else? Wait. There's only a leg here. Where's the rest of the body? Alright, let's see what happened to that poor guy. Wait. I think you might be right, Bobby. I think you might be right. I think you might be right. I mean, no, it's not accessible until this very moment because it's in the lower floors. They don't open up all straight away. Alright, let's see. The other Peters. It was. Oh my god, Booby, you did it, you mad lad. Samuel Peters was crushed by a falling cargo. This one succumbed to tragic illness. And this one got speared by a terrible beast. Well, that's 3 more. And we're now officially a quarter of the way through the game. Alright, so this gives us some context here. So before I go to this memory, I'm gonna go back to this one. Because I want to see something really quickly. So this is the guy that got accused. Yeah. So he was clubbed because he was accused of killing his brother. Of the other Peter's brother. So he was already... We already identified him. Okay, so I thought I did not identify him, but now we have. Alright, that's progress. That's progress. Alright. Let's go find the random leg. And figure out what happened here. Who are you? And what the hell happened? Yeah, he wasn't even, and he got still blamed for it and killed for it.
Keep pressure here.
Hold him down. What madness is this? 20 years my steward had never a doubt on your sanity. Explain yourself.
Those ungodly beasts carry a curse! Throw them back or doom us all!
Tie him up and put him in the lazarette with those things. He may yet find his senses.
Come on.
All's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think. Where's the rest of his leg?
Alright, so... I think that's John. So, let's see if there's a John in the manifest, because... And they called him John. Is there another John? It's a very common name. Yeah, there's 2 Johns. Although I feel like he's not a high-ranking member because he looks like a sailor. So we'll put him at seaman. Alright, so that's the doctor. Yeah, Henry Evans. So he disappeared and escaped. So he was aboard the ship that left. Although I'm not sure if he actually survived or not. That's the captain. And that's the bosun. Alright, who's that though? Yeah, we don't know who that is. We know who that is. Oh my god. Right, I'll have to read the intro, I guess, Dad. Thank you for the information. Unholy captives. Oh shit. Imagination. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, raiders. I am JeffyBed, the alien VTuber. Pleased to meet you. I like games. I like fashion. I like humans. Welcome. Hope you're all having a good stream. Welcome. Oh, Tidy. Thank you so much for the follow. Hi, Crazy Sherbert. Hi, Insum. Nice badge. Hi, KJ. Hi, Complacent. Welcome to all of you. We're playing Return to of the Obra Dinn, which is an investigative game, where you have to identify 60 missing people, using visions. It's really difficult, but it's fun to learn about the story. Oh, Extreme No. Extreme No, thank you for the follow. You as well, Complacent. Nice name. It's very punny. But yes, welcome. Chill Monday. No, wait. Wednesday. Man, what happened to this week? Well, KJ, thanks so much for the follow. Welcome. Yes, you'll fit in perfectly here. My viewers love puns as well. Maybe too much. Maybe too much. Anyway. Yes, welcome everyone. What were you playing? What were you playing, Imagination? Were you doing an art stream? If your name is to be believed. But yeah, so it's our first playthrough, so no spoilers, please. Alright, so let's see. Okay. So there's a clue here. So I think the guy that died is John. But I feel like the steward is talking to someone here. Uh-oh, there's another death. Alright, so I need to figure out who's talking here. But there's another death somewhere. Hey, who died? Wait. No. I don't see it. Oh, so I have to follow the blood. Well, I mean... Oh, wait. No, there's someone upstairs. Oh, then maybe those are the people talking. Alright, who's this? So that's where his leg was. Alright, let's go back up. Someone else died on this level. There they are. I mean, yeah, the guy getting dragged away said that, but the one telling about the steward, that's another title of the ship, steward. So that's something we'll have to think about. But first, time for another time warp. Not another one of these accidents. Yeah, he got his neck crushed. Well, that's how you died. Yeah, so that's the carpenter because he has a mallet. So now we know who this is. Now we know who this is. Context is important. Yeah. Okay. So he's one of the Indian fellow that were around when the others were sick. So wait, what? No. Yeah, crushed. Crushed by cargo again. I think. Well, either that or a beast. But then again, the beast was dead and not really a beast. Okay, so let's see. If we go look at all the Indian passengers, there's only one left. Abraham Adbar. So that would be a good guess. That would be my guess. Wait, there's someone else dying here. Ooh. Wait. You died from that. That must have been an awkward fall. Yeah, remind me never to work on a ship. The death count is too high. My god, they just keep dying. That's all in one day, too. Alright, what the fuck happened to you?
Clear the deck. Move the boat to stern and throw the bodies over.
What's your foot in?
Hey there, what's this? Give him the lee and I can fry us a solid meal, boys.
Careful now. Take it slow.
What's it, gentlemen? There's a pretty shell here. Let's have a look.
No, get back.
Oh. Okay. So he saw something shiny, and the monster thrashed and speared him. Wait, did it spear him? Or it just slashed him? I think this might have been the crook. Yeah, it's weird, Omega. Alright, so I think I know who this is. I think I know who this is because, yeah. So, fry us a solid meal, so it's the cook. Alright, so. Alright, cook. Thomas Sefton. I think he got slashed. I mean, that's not the, that wasn't a claw, though. Ah, struck by a tail. I kind of feel like that's it. Wait. Someone else. Who? Who the fuck died here? Oh Lord, what is this? Alright, so these two died at the same time. Alright, we're going back on the top deck again. Right, that's gonna be gross. Yeah, exactly, Kim.
What the hell is going on? What do you know about these things? About the chest and your dead friends?
这是虾米？回来诶，全部供出来，拢是恁害啦！迄个害的较对人无过好。
The shell must be protected. We will all die.
He talk about the shell. Very dangerous.
Shell? What shell?
Yeah, that thing keeps spiking people. Yeah, you almost got one. They were raising the anchor. Hey, it's him again. So that's how she died. That's a lot of corpses. Oh god, I feel another one. Alright, so I mean, I know him. He got speared. I mean, no, he got spiked by a terrible beast. Alright, so we don't know who that is yet. Wow. Look at the captain. He got shot between the feet. I mean, there's two corpses here. Oh. Oh, you both got speared. That's why you died. You were holding them. You were interrogating him. He was translating. They both got speared. Alright, so... Wait, so these two are not dead, but this one is. Oh boy. Memories and memories. Nope, that wasn't the case. I'm surprised too. So that means she's not dead in that scene. Or maybe she'll be and she'll pop up in the memory. But I don't think so. Alright. Here we go. Any moment now. And here you are. Oh, oh, you have a gigantic wound on your chest. Who are you?
Ahoy! Ahoy! Wait! Don't shoot! I have treasure! I yield!
Hold your fire!
Ah! The former guardians shot him. Cause he brought treasure. Was that the thing that began this whole mess? Yeah, he seems injured. And he's got freaking mega shot over there. Wait, I know you. Edward Nichols. Yeah. Alright, so that's how he died. Wait. That's not a fish, that's a mermaid. Look, she has a face. That's messed up. Also, look, I'm walking on water. Yeah, so they brought a captive. Oh, Lord. So they were near the Canary Islands. But that's where the treasure was. The corpse was moved post-mortem. I mean, I know what happened. You got shot. By a gun. By probably one of the former royalty passengers. So it's not Bun. It's not Hawk. So it's probably one of these two. Unknown passenger. It's one of the Formorans. I do not know who. Yeah, here's the shell, it's shiny and shit. Yeah, they killed some mermaids. Mermaids. So someone else is dead. Oh wait, he's dead. So we'll get to see what happened before they got on the boat. But I'm not sure where that corpse is gonna be at. Oh no wait, it was there. Okay, let's go. Hey, welcome back, Aaron. Oh, that's a mermaid. Look, she has long hair. And she was talking. What the? Yeah, so she's dead as well. Yeah, it's that guy. It's the same guy that shot that other guy, so he brought the treasure and wanted to keep it for himself. I'm starting to see a pattern here. Yeah, I think we already identified her. I already know this is Lim. I just did not know how she died. But we don't have all the information yet. We still don't know exactly how he died. He has puncture wounds on his chest. But I feel like that memory will become apparent once we see how the other one died. Yeah, here we go. Well, they got brought aboard here in that other memory we just watched. And there's something shining over there. My guess is it's that artifact we keep seeing in memories. It's just floating. Yep. That's her. Alright, let's see what happened to that poor soul. I have it. Hold on. Alright, so that's someone else with a spirit through their chest. So I'm guessing they were attacking them. And then some type of artifact. Okay, so he used the artifact. Well, that's someone else that's dead. Alright, so you know earlier when they were trying to kidnap them. I'm thinking they were leading away. They were trying to escape with the treasure. So that's what happened. So they got ambushed by sirens. We still don't know exactly how she died, though. Did he burn to death? Because there's a lot of flames in here. Yeah, I don't think... Yeah, there's so many deads on this thing. We'll probably get a better picture as we see how the others died. Yep, that's what I thought. Alright, so he was burnt. That's a powerful artifact, that's for sure. But it was a bit too late. So this is the other person that died not long after, so it's an order. It's an order.
You're still breathing? Can you roll? Nichols, sir, shoot them for God's sake!
So you're still breathing. Oh! Yeah, that mermaid is ripping her throat out. And this one just struck the spike. I think. Alright, we'll have to figure out who died here. Oh my god, what the fuck? Accessible only through another corpse. Okay, so I have to go into that memory to go into that memory. Okay, so let's see. There was a Huadian who could still row. So I'm guessing it was this guy here. It's hard to tell. It's really hard to tell. Yeah, throat slit while your hands are behind your back.
Where is it? There! Something there! I see it! Give us a weapon! Shoot it! My kid eye!
Pick up the oars and row, you fools!
Yeah, so... Yeah, he got nailed by that one. Yeah, so he was tied, and he's trying to untie himself with the spear to that guy's back. That's resourceful. Yeah, it keeps getting worse and worse. And now we see them. Wait, he said bang the chest.
We'll reach the Canaries in 3 days. You packed enough stores?
Aye, sir. Checked and loaded them myself.
Good.
Stay quiet and alert. If the wind picks up, we've no chance against the Obra Dinn.
休假，你玩抓不？
我冇问题，但是伊来想啊，绝对袂当互伊落在水底。
那是遐个怪物出现，你绝对卖起来。
Hey, shut it up!
They say strange things about monsters.
And there it is. So he translated. Probably one of the Chinese. Oh, here's the guy with the pipe. I think we can probably identify this guy. He's the one with the pipe. Yeah, these mermaids really know how to aim. Like bang, straight. But that's the thing they try to steal. Well, yes and no. I think it's the treasure as well. They're coming for the treasure. Where he got speared. I mean... yeah. I think for the matters of information, this will be the one. Alright, so they called him Bang. Bill Banks, yeah. Burned to death, I think. And her. She got clawed by a terrible beast. That was it. That was it. 3 more fates correct. So Thomas Sefton was struck dead by a beast's tails. Bun Lan Lim was clawed by a terrible beast. And Id Bang Saw burned to death. Those were the 3. Also, I think I can probably identify the guy with the pipe. Yeah, it's him. I just have to go back to the memory. I'll have to look at what happened here. Because I want to identify this guy. So I have to figure out how exactly he died. Alright, so I feel like we're gonna have to go over all these memories and try to tag them. So, speared by a terrible beast. Okay, I'll go over them again. Yeah, we can ID the last Formosan. So 2 people. So he has not died in that scene. So my guess is he drowned. I don't think he was in the corpses at the end. Ah, God. No, I'll have to look at the memories. I'll have to look at the memories. Alright, so this guy, we'll go identify him now.
Boy! In there somewhere! Storm's coming! Finish your business and climb down here!
Alright, so I'm guessing it's gonna get pretty dicey here. So we can probably end the game here if we want to. Okay. But first things first. I wanna go see something. Oh. Ah, yeah, thank you. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, they really aim. They really know how to aim, huh? Okay. Time to go back to this one. Okay, so the one I think this is, there's a pipe here. 47. So, 47. Tuporav. 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 So this is Tuporav. It's a reach. But I did not see anybody else with the pipe. So we have to go back in the memory to see who this is. Okay. Still have to look for the guy with the drill tattoo on his arm. Okay, so... Alright, let's try finding out what happened to Mr. Pipe Smoker.
Ahoy! Ahoy! Wait! Don't shoot! I have treasure! I yield! Hold your fire!
Alright, so that's the other. That's the other. So we know now who that is. By process of elimination. The only other for Murren is Chiotan. So that's him. So now we get to say he's been shot by Chiotan. There we go, that's two. Right, have a good one, Bobby. Thank you for hanging out. I do hope you had fun. Alright, so that's one. That's two. We'll figure out what happened here. Yeah, so you can only get to his death by backing away, so it's like your Inception. Wow, that was spectacular. So he died at the end. Okay, so he survived. Let's see the others. So she's still alive. But Mr. Pipe Smoker is not alive anymore. Alright. Let's go back again. Yeah, so she got clawed, so we know that much. Alright, where's the pipe guy? Yeah, he got spiked. Or was it speared? Alright, let's go one at a time here, so... It's not in. It's not in. Right, at least we know he got, that's not a spike, that's a spear. Oh. Hey, Bledden, long time no see. Hope you've done well. Thank you. I got some coffee left. Alright, so this guy got speared by a beast. Still don't know who though. Yeah, he's alive because he hid. Yeah, he's alive because he hid. Alright, so Mr. Pipe Guy is now off board. So he got... Wait, is that a spear or a spike? Alright, let's go find out. I mean, we'll see him in one of those things. Well, I'm glad you're doing better, Bledden. Ah, yeah, there he is. There he is. He got pushed in. So someone brought him down. Look, that's his backpack. Right, we now know what happened to you, sir. You drowned. By a beast. There we go. That's another 3. So, drawn by a terrible beast. Edward Nichols shot by Shiotan. And Shiotan was spied by a terrible beast. That's 3 more. Hey, we did. Hi, Snake. What's up? Alright, so... You got speared because that's a gigantic spear. I think he got speared. It's hard to tell. Alright. Let's see. So... Okay, so the guy that got killed was telling Nichols to shoot them, but he didn't. So my guess is this is O'Hagan. Oh wait, that's not O'Hagan. That's one of the translators. He's still alive. Is that him? Oh wait, that's not him. That's Tuporov because of, you know, the pipe. So O'Hagan is not him. It's either him or him. So since he's Chinese, by deduction, it's not him either because he calls the other O'Hagan. Alright, so by deduction here. By deduction. O'Hagan is this person here. So that's O'Hagan. O'Hagan. Yeah, translator got F. Patrick O'Hagan was speared by a terrible beast. Well, that's my guess because that's Lim. That's Tuporov. That's Edward Nichols, which we've already identified. So that's it being Sa. Alright, so... And if we look through the other memories... It kind of feels like... he got speared. It's hard to tell because he jumped on top of him. Right, the only way they attack at this distance is because they chuck something, but I don't see any spears. So I feel like this is a red herring. This one got speared. I'll have to go through the memories again. Right, let's see if we can glean more information from this one. Yeah, I wish I could go back, but we can only go in one direction.
Keep course due east. You'll reach the Canaries in 3 days. You packed enough stores?
Aye, sir. Checked and loaded them myself.
Good. Stay quiet and alert. If the wind picks up, we've no chance against the Obra Dinn.
休假，你稳坐不？那是遐个怪物出现，你绝对卖起来。
Aye, shut it up.
They say strange things about monsters.
So he was the first casualty here. Yeah, I think he got speared as well. So we can probably put that in. We'll verify it once we're... We'll verify it once we go back to these again. Okay. Okay. I mean, the guy with the pipe got dragged overboard. That much we've seen. Right, let's see. Yeah. He got speared by the beast. I don't know, this is a really short spear, don't you think? And he got speared, that's for sure. What I'm wondering is that guy. Because he climbed on top of him. But look at how small this is. So I think this is a misnomer. I think he stabbed him with the spike. Yeah. So he freed himself. And he used one of the spikes from this to stab him. Yeah. But that's a knife, huh? Yeah, that definitely looks like a knife. Okay, so he got stabbed. By this guy. It being Xie. Fuck, where are they? Okay. Who is this though? It's a 3-star, so he's going to be hard to identify. Okay, so... How many Chinese people on this ship? Yeah, there's 4 top men. So he's an unknown top man. At least we know that now. We don't know who exactly it is. So he hid like a bitch. And got shot at the end for it. He got speared by a beast. So until we get more information. Let's see. Yeah, let's go see you. You think that's a roll?
Keep rowing!
你没过来啊，妹子。
Where is it? There! Something there!
I see it!
Give us a weapon! Shoot it! Mike,
So he shot it. It ran away. Yeah, so... Oh yeah. Oh wait. He got speared, but that means he recovered afterwards. Because that kinda looks like he got away. Because he's in the boat, killed over afterwards. Yeah, look, he's freeing himself here. Jesus. Are you sure then? Who is that I see in the memory killed over here with a spear? Am I thinking of somebody else? Oh, maybe it's that guy over here. Yeah, he disappeared. The guy killed over with a knife in his neck is the one blocking the chest in this scene. Oh yeah. And there's the knife. Yeah, okay. I guess I was wrong in that regard. So I guess he drowned. We still don't know who that is, though.
Keep course due east. You'll reach the Canaries in 3 days. Packed enough stores?
Aye, sir. Checked and loaded them myself.
Good. Stay quiet and alert. If the wind picks up, we've no chance against the Obra Dinn.
休假，你玩抓不？那是遐个怪物出现，你绝对卖起来。I shut it up.
They say strange things about monsters.
I don't think we have enough information. Yeah, I don't think we know. Alright, can't really do much more here. Alright. Let's try to go back a few.
What the hell is going on? What do you know about these things? About the chest and your dead friends?
这是什么？未来全部讲出来，拢是恁害啦！你哋害你较对人无过好，想得本事啊！你头个老些。
Shell? What shell?
Alright, so they're bringing back that thing here. So that's all the corpses. And that's the butcher. I'm guessing he was the new doctor after the other doctor died. Or disappeared. Turns out that mermaid was still alive. Oh wait, that's a surgeon. Man, this is difficult. Hey Wolf, what's up? Alright, let's see. I want to see a tattoo here. Show me the tattoo. Wait, is that someone I know that... Yeah, okay, I know who this is, so I'm wasting my time. Tattoos. No tattoos. Nope. Nope. Long sleeves. Oh, cool, Wolf. What do you think about the game so far? That's another bearded guy. He got crushed by the beast. All we know is that he's a seaman. Alright, can't really do much here. Alright, let's go back downstairs. Okay, so... a bunch of people died in these next moments.
Clear the deck. Move the boats astern and throw the bodies over.
So they threw the bodies, that's why they're not there.
Hey there, what's this? Give them to me and I can fry us a solid meal, boys.
Careful now. Take it slow.
What's it, gentlemen? There's a free shell here. Let's have a look.
No, get back.
Alright, let's look, so... Nope. Nope. We have someone running away. Where are you going, big guy? Hey, Hopeless, what's up? Alright, I'm glad you're having fun, Wolf. You okay, Hopeless? Yeah, so after the other guy killed over, they dropped it. And he got dead. Alright, so the artist was still alive. Yeah, that's a carpenter. So we can identify him now. Alright, carpenter. Yeah, Winston Smith. Carpenter. Right, is that another carpenter? Yeah, carpenter mate. If I did not go inside here, I would never have known that was the carpenter mate. I mean, it's either one or the other. Yeah, hold on. Hold on. I got them backwards. I mean, I don't want to be racist, but this is the 1800s. So he would probably be the carpenter and he would probably be the carpenter mate. Ah, that sucks. Alright, so... yeah, so Marcus Gibbs. And this is... wait, did the chatbot die again? Oh my god. Streamlabs, what are you doing? What are you doing? Wait, that was not it. Hold on. Maybe I'm just assuming wrongly because the other guy is dressed up like seaman. So maybe I am wrong. Okay, so you don't think you have COVID, Hopeless? What makes you so sure? Yeah. Alright, so... I mean, you might be surprised, Hopeless. You might be surprised. But yeah. It might just be a normal illness, so keep an eye on it if you can. Alright, so that was a bit of a random information. But I guess it's important to look where people are coming out from, because some of the quarters give us more information about what's happening. So I think he drowned. Yeah, he disappeared in the Doom. We still don't know. We still don't know who that is, though. And that's the artist. With his sketchbook. I mean, he's dressed like a butcher. I know the other guy is the butcher, but is there another... maybe he's the purser. Also, there's another memory. There's another memory I want to go back to. Because I think we might have more information here. I want to go back to the guy getting his foot sawed off. Wait, there's a surgeon's mate. Wait, is that true? If there's a surgeon mate, I think I know. I think I know who this is. Yeah. Okay. Okay. I think you might be right, Glidden. I think you might be right. Okay. Let's go back to this memory right here. So here's the surgeon. And he's here with the medical box.
And your dead friends.
这是虾米？
So he's not the butcher after all. He's not the butcher after all. Is he James Wallace?
回来，全部供出来，拢是恁害啦！你哋害你嘅及啲
So this is the only thing that makes sense. However, he's helping kill the cow in the other memory. Hey, Whisper, what's up? Yes, this is very interesting. You play an insurance claim adjuster in the 1800s, sent by the East India Trading Company to the Obra Dinn, a ship that washed up ashore after a terrible disappearance. All 60 of its crewmates and passengers have disappeared, and you have to use your magic stopwatch to identify who and how they died, or how they disappeared. Okay. I'm gonna go back to the random foot. Alright, let's go back to this one.
Keep pressure here.
Hold him down. What madness is this? 20 years my steward, and never a doubt on your sanity. Explain yourself.
Those ungodly beasts carry a curse! Throw them back or doom us all!
Tie him up and put him in the lazarette with those things. He may yet find his senses.
Come on.
All's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think. Where's the rest of his leg?
Okay, so I think that's the steward. That's the captain's steward. Yeah. You know why? Because if you look at the memory. Wait. Hold on. Expired from old age. Wait, is that a natural option? Not on this ship, it's not. Oh my god, Whisper, you went there. You went there. Yeah, what a way to go, Kenway. Yeah, the sound design is really well made, unfortunately. Okay, so... last leg. Is that torn apart? No, I don't think so. Torn apart, maybe. No, that's not it. No, I mean, he did die. He did die because we only witness events when someone dies. So lack of blood is what killed him, but what? But the only thing that makes sense is he got knifed. But by who? Hold on. This... Right, so he's tending to the wound. There's a surgeon. And there's the surgeon's mate. Who's this, though? He was shot with a gun. Later. Yeah, the first mate tried to mutiny at the end and he got killed. And that's the bosun. I don't know what the heck is a bosun though. Wait, there's a sword on the floor. Where? And the blood goes here. Streamlabs back. Yay. Alright, so... Oh, no, you're right, there is a sword here. Okay. So, by process of elimination, if he's pissed off at this guy, talking about a curse, I'm guessing he's the one that stabbed him. Okay, so... Alright, let's see if I'm correct. So, this person here is John Maples, who was killed by sword by the first mate. Okay, a bosun is an officer. They made sure the boat doesn't sink. Okay. Yeah, let's look up the transcript. Keep pressure here. Hold him down. What madness is this? 20 years my steward and never a doubt in your sanity. Explain yourself. Those ungodly beasts carry a curse. Throw them back or doom us all. Tie him up and put him in the lazarette with those things. He may yet find his senses. For he calls them you fool. In Swedish. All's fine, John. Been in more sports, I think. Where's the rest of his legs? So I feel like we have the correct answer here. But I'm not sure who this guy is. He disappears in the end. But we don't know who he is yet. Oh, okay, supervises maintenance. Okay, so I think we have all information for now. I wonder if this has unlocked another part of this puzzle. How the fuck do I get out of here? Oh yeah, right here. Yeah, the guy that he dragged off is the killer. That's why he called him insane. Right, can I open this? Alright, there's the guy getting crushed here. Alright, let's see. Yeah, that would have been a very easy shift if that was the case, Bledden. Okay, let's see if we can find the guy with the tattoo. We still don't know who the fuck that is. So he got drowned, but we still don't know who. I mean, there's uniforms. I think. There's uniforms. And he disappears in the Doom. Yeah, that's Nathan Peters. Okay. Alright, that didn't give me too much information. We need to find more corpses. Alright, let's see. Yeah, so there's the stowaway. But that doesn't count. I mean, I ID'd him, Dad. I ID'd him. It was the first mate. It just did not lock in. It just did not lock in. Hi, Lorenz, what's up? How are you doing today? Right, look, I'll show you. Wait, those were self-tattoos, Gledden. Huh, that could be a good hint.
Hold him down. What madness is this? 20 years my steward had never a doubt on your sanity.
Yeah, Captain Stewart, Philip Dahl.
Explain yourself. Those ungodly beasts carry a curse. Throw them back or doom us all. Tie him up and put him in the lazaret with those things. Keep in mind.
Yeah. Hold on. Seaman John Naples killed by the first mate. Oh wait. No, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. It's the Captain Steward. Oh my god, I'm so done. Alright, hold on. Where's the Captain Steward? Ah, there we go. Yes, this is Return of the Obra Dinn, and the chatbot just died again. Boo! Boo! Yeah, so long story short, you're an insurance adjuster for the East India Company, and you have to learn what happened to all of these lovely individuals by using your magic stopwatch. But, I mean, if the chatbot is going to be a big butt, allow me to fix this. There. Now chatbots cannot hurt us. Because we are in a new space. Enjoy the higher resolution screen. It's too small. Black. Hold on. There we go. Yeah, we need to use the watch to figure out how Chad died. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Alright, Philip Dahl, Captain Steward. Yeah, but we can't identify him yet because we don't know how he died.
All's fine, John. Been in worse spots, I think. Where's the rest of his leg?
Okay. Alright, where's the Where's the lazarette? So the lazarette is this thing here. But it's padlocked. So my guess is he's probably dead somewhere in here. Right. Does this thing go deeper? Why do I feel like there's a corpse in here? Nope, can't see. Found the alcohol. So we're here. That's the bosun store. There's a corpse, a stowaway in here. We don't know who. All we know is he's a bit dead. Alright, so that's the other side of the store. That's where the crab is. Okay. So I feel like there's somewhere we haven't found. There's a corpse we have not found yet. Alright. Let's try looking everywhere. So there was bloodstains leading to a corpse in that corner over there. We've already seen it. Right, I'll go look back at that memory. I want to see if we can find the guy with the tattoo. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, Lawrence. So we don't know who that is. But we know he was shot by...
Someone shoot the damn thing!
Right, so... The only shot that made sense is it's this guy over there. Right, let's go take a look. Oh wait, I can't. That's the butcher, isn't it? That's the butcher. It's the only thing that made sense. The other guy turned out to be the surgeon's mate. So this is the butcher. Emil Farrell. That was him. That was him. Yep, John Naples. Yep. Almost halfway done. Good work, team. Yeah, Streamlabs keeps dying. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, so that's the surgeon. My guess is he escaped. So I might have to look at where the boat was. So I think the surgeon managed to live through everything. Alright, that's the bosun. The thing is, I can't target this guy from this distance. So I'm gonna have to... Yeah, I'm gonna have to move. Alright, so pay attention. The guy that shot him. is this guy. No shirts. Bald head. White pants. Alright, let's see if I can get another one of these memories here.
I've got you. Don't move. I'll get you down.
So he died there. Alright. So he burned to death. No, wait. No, that's not what I wanted to do. Fudge. Alright, so the guy's coming with the gun, but I don't see where... Yeah, so that was before they shot through the wall, I feel like. But I'm not sure. Where's the guy without the shirt? Oh, it's him. Oh, he has a shirt. We already know who this is. Okay, so we know who the murderer is then. It's Nathan Peters. It's the only thing that makes sense. Okay.
Someone shoot the damn thing!
Okay, so... You think it's someone else? Yeah, you're right, he arrived at the end. You're right, he arrived at the end. Alright, let's go back to that scene then. Yeah, he has a gun already, doesn't he? Well, we still don't know who he is, so this is not informative. In that case, we can use the corpses and all the memories to navigate.
Where now, you?
Okay, so he chucked the torch. How the hell did you end up on top of it? Wait. You were not dead then. There's another guy coming. Yeah, that's a carpenter mate, so he got spiked. He got injured. But he wasn't dead yet. They don't know who you are, though. Wait. Tattoos. Hey, Elder. Thank you for the host. Not only that, Bleden, look. Crabs with people on top of them. With spears. I feel like this is one of the mates. Alright, we still don't know who that is, though. Maybe he's the purser. I'm just throwing shit at the wall. I mean, we know he's an unknown officer. That much is known. Hey, Sky, what's up? Oh, so that's what that was. Alright, let's build back this memory. Let's see if this will give us more information.
What's going on?
Stay back! It's already done for Nick.
Hey, come on, boss. No, get there. Hey, cats!
But it's already done for Nick. So that's Nick. They don't say the names often, so you have to pay attention. I still don't know who you are. Although you're well dressed. Are you the purser? Are you the purser? Yeah, so that's him, trying to bring him to safety. And he got speared once and got drawn here. We already know what happened to you. Alright, let's check this guy first. It's fine, Demi. No worries. Yeah, he got ambushed here. Tattoos, no. Yeah, look at these things. Okay, so he threw an axe and got something he did not bargain for. Alright, I feel like I'm missing something here. I think that's all of them. Well, I'm not sure about him, though. Why is he crossed off, though? Oh boy, this is going to be difficult. Yeah, this part here is very difficult. We can't do this one yet. Hmm. I mean... Whoop. Give me a sec. So the initials on that note. I should probably look at them. Hello, writers. Okay. H-E, huh? Let me check something. So... Yeah. Oh my god, the guy writing giving us the book is a surgeon. You're right. Although we don't know exactly where. Right. Hi, you're welcome, Kim. Thanks for hanging out. I do hope you have a great Wednesday. Yeah, I mean, he gave me instructions, but I forgot what exactly he said. Okay, there we go. Henry Evans. To the French Office of Affairs in Morocco. Alright, so he's in Morocco. He's in freaking Morocco. Where is Morocco, though? Fudge. That's in France. Oh god, I'm gonna have to Google it. Morocco. I spelled it wrong. It's a country in North Africa. So I was right. It is in Africa. Okay, so we have all the memories now. So we have all the information required. Oh, that's cool, Obra Dinn. What are the odds you would be tuning in at this very moment when we talked about it? It's like your destiny was to be here this morning with us. Okay, I'm being dramatic. Okay. Let's focus on the one arrows. That's the correct idea. Alright, so this guy. I guess I'm gonna have to go to this one. Alright, let's go check this memory again. Yeah, you're the last survivor and you're here to guide us.
Take him to the cockpit. Same laps and keep him left right.
Hit her here. One swing. Get through the skull in stone or brain. I'll cut her throat when you've done it. Here? Yeah. Come on before she kicks off. You all right there, son?
Never been on a farm, Chuck?
Alright, so this is Charlie. So I'm guessing it's him. No, wait. There's another Charles. There's two Charles. Yep. It was the second one. Alright, let's see who would guess, so... He's alive in Africa. Burned to death. And Akbar was crushed by a terrible beast. Alright. Now we're getting more information. Alright. Let's focus on 1-star people. That's a 3-star. There's another 3. 3. 3. That's a 2. I think we know who this is now. So I think that was the last... That's the last Indian of that group. So it's Wasim. Because he was sitting in the bunk with the other Indians. So that's done. That's the butcher. They all have similar outfits. So I'm guessing there's some kind of, yeah, there's some kind of, seaman. Because that outfit looks peculiar. Alright, let's take a look, so... Oh, there's a surgeon. And he has a monkey. Yeah, that's another clue, because he's working in the infirmary. No, Merritt, no. Dear God, no. And so... Let's see, so I think that's a 2-star we can identify. This one is another 3-star. Him is a 2. How are they 2? So I think we know this is Paul Moss, because I think we've discovered that last stream. I just don't remember whose guy this is. Yeah, Paul the cat. Alright, so I'm gonna have to go to that memory. So it's off the deck. Okay. Let's get out of this memory. Well, I mean, this one has nothing horrible happening because the only one dying was the cow. That's how we got that calm memory. There's a few other calm ones when they're dying from sickness. Because nothing else is happening right now. Okay, so let's go lock in the other first one. I think it's this guy here.
Let them go!
So there's a surgeon. So she is alive as well. We just have to figure out who these are. So they all escaped. Yeah, so the captain told them to let them go. Right, do you have a tattoo? It's hard to tell. Alright, let's go back.
Last one. Move quick.
You'll not take the last punch!
Alright, so do we know who this is now? So we can't clear that guy's name. Because we don't know who this is. So that kind of outfit is the steward's. So they probably all survived, but that doesn't stop the result from being not the one we want. Alright, let's see here, so... So the rest of the information is the officer quarter. Yeah, there's a guy over here. We will go back to him. I want to get to the bottom of this. So this is the first part of the escape story.
Put me down! Let go!
Easy now. We're in a bad way.
Is this squid? Where is my Frenchman?
The squid's gone. Your mate was torn apart.
No, that! The beast is dead. How? How did you kill it?
We didn't. It left with the storm. Captain came up with the hold. Said he chased it off. You should rest.
Oh dear lord. And he's one of the mates. He's an officer, that's for sure. Okay, so he's an unknown officer. Yeah, so that's one of the mates. Yeah, this is difficult. This is really difficult. Alright, let's take a look at this one. I feel like I'm missing a part of it.
Slack the lifts and lower the boats! The whole crew will be on us! Give it up!
Yeah, so they're trying to steal the treasure. Yeah, so we know who this is now. Yeah. So he was one of the officers. Second mate. So third mate, Martin. First mate. Hold on. We don't see how he dies. That's a gunner. Alright, where's the third mate? So we have captain, third mate, first mate, second mate. So this is the last mate. He's John Davies. Because I don't see any others. I don't see any others. It's the same hat. But they have fancy hats. I mean, that's kind of a stretch. But I think there's a memory there he gets called. They call him Martin. I remember that one, so that's a lot. We just don't know what happened to him yet. Oh yeah. Fuck. Yeah. So he shot him. Pickles. We still don't know who he is though. But at least we now know. Yeah, it's not the first person he killed. He framed the first murder on one of the Fomorian Guardians. Right, Poppy? Trying to figure out who these people are. By the powers of my smooth brain. So we know he got knifed. We don't know who he is, though. We know who you are. Alexei Ituparov. Just because he smokes the pipe. Alright. So I think I'm gonna have to go with uniforms at this point. Hey, senpai. Good morning. Alright, so I think that's all I have for now. Alright, let's go back. This guy. You think so? Alright, I'll put that for now. But I'm not sure. We'll have to return at some point. You're right, he has his hand on the wheel. Oh my god, really? Really? You know, this is the type of details I don't think about. And that gets me in trouble. Alright, I guess that's some good information. I think this is the purser. Because he looks like the accountant type. But if they're alive, we still don't know exactly where. Okay, so if they're together, that might mean there has another connection to it. Alright. Let's see what happened here.
Let me on. Over my dead body, you bloody Dane. Huh? How's that?
There's no cause for trouble, boys. Get in the boat.
Thought I'd forget. You killed my brother. What? That was an accident. The ropes.
It wasn't his fault. I saw the whole thing.
Lies. I shouldn't have waited so long.
No, don't.
So we know he drowned. But he has books in his hands. Is he the purser? Right, let's try it. Let's try it, so... No wait, he doesn't have a Scottish accent. Alright, we'll put him in the purser. It was the purser. It was the purser. So that was John Davies. That was Wasim. Yeah, okay. Alright, we're making progress. We're making progress. Yeah, that was the boat that got flipped, so they all drowned. So we know who that is now. Right, I mean, that's progress. That's progress. It's like every memory we revisit, there's a little bit more of information coming through. I'm still looking for that tattoo on the arm.
Where are they? Must be in here someplace.
They're at the bottom of the sea.
That's a lie.
Yeah, so there's not many people left. This is the end. Fuck, okay. I'm a bit too early. This is not the correct memory. Yeah, I mean, I can probably figure out. Because I know the women escaped. But I don't know their names or where they went. So that doesn't help. I didn't have a tattoo. So we still don't know. Yeah, I mean, I know that, but we don't know if they're... We don't know where they're alive. You think they're in Morocco as well? I mean, it's worth a shot. It's worth a shot. So we know they're alive in Africa. So it's Jane Bird. And Emily Jackson. Or vice versa. Although Miss Miss is a younger title. I think. So that's Miss Jane Bird. And this is Emily Jackson. I think. Okay, Miss is unmarried, so that would be the youngest one. So that's Henry Brennan. And that's one of the first mates. Okay. Is her husband on the ship, you think, Stone? Yeah, that's when the Kraken attacked. She got crushed. Alright, tattoos. Nope. Right, so that's how he loses his arm. Yeah, it's holding his arm. I still don't see tattoos here. Right, Paul Muss, first mate steward. Yeah, they're always together, aren't they? I mean, there's not many. There's not many officers left. Oh, he asked for his Frenchman, that is correct. And they're together, aren't they? Are you the Frenchman? Are you the Frenchman? We don't know what happened because he only tells them. But I don't think we see him getting torn apart. So I feel like this is deduction. Yep. So we use his testimony. Charles Minor. Jackson, alive in Africa. And Jane Bird, alive in Africa. Well then, that's one thing taken care of. So now we can probably go back in the memories to find out if he did anything. I don't think though. I think that was all of them, Dud. I think that was all of them. Oh no, wait. Who was he though? So he's alive in Africa as well. But who is he? That man is Emily's husband. Doesn't he look a bit young for that? Alright, let's look. Bird. Bird. Mm. Mm. No. Alright, so we're starting to run out of option here. Is he the steward? No, he's not Indian. What am I talking about? Maybe it's Samuel. Although we might have to hear him talk more. Okay. Right, let's look up the kid. So he's in 6 memories. So he's in this one, of course. He's in the escape plans. Which didn't really give us much information because he's in the boat. So let's try to find him somewhere else. He's in the unholy captive, as well as soldier of the sea. And that's it. Okay, let's go investigate this. He's near the stairs. He's near the stairs. Well, I mean... he's staying with the fourth mate on that picture. Oh. Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, there would be no fraud whatsoever, Stone. Okay, so he's a steward. And he's hanging out with... Yeah, he's hanging out with that guy in that picture. So I'm guessing he's the fourth mate's steward. Davy James. So we'll use that for now. We can use that for now. We'll look at other memories to see. Okay, so... Let's see, one where he's not under attack. We know this much already. 1, 2, 3. Oh! Alright, we'll go look at the artist getting, we'll go look at the artist getting crushed. There he is. Alright, this is gross, so if you're eating, mute the stream. We don't want to hear someone pooping. So that was the beginning of the attack. The poor artist getting his chest crushed after pooping. So that's Paul Moss. Well, that's another trick here. So this is the third mate, which makes him the third mate's steward. Roderick Anderson. So that's more information. Also, someone's sleeping in here. Alright, they found the body here. So that's the fourth mate. And that's the fourth mate, so they're together all the time. Alright, so... Okay. There's only one. There's only one Indian left. Or maybe it's a Persian person. The turban. So I think that might be Omid Gul. So I guess he drowned. I think. Hold on. Yeah, he disappeared in the doom. So my guess is he drowned by the beast. Yep. Deduction. Deduction. Alright, so let's see. That was Omid Gul. There was Roderick Anderson. And that was Davy James. Alright, so now it's getting easier to figure out who's remaining. Because some people die in that hidden part here of the book. So the third mate seems to be one of these people. Because you'll see them in the sketch. So if we go here. He's an officer. So that means there's not much choice left. The only other officer is the gunner's mate. And the Chinese. And a lot of seamen. And for now we can't, because we know he gets shot by someone else, so escape part 4. Okay, so that's downstairs. Oh my god, hi Cypher. Please get your mind out of the gutter. Right, so if we know this is the third mate steward, we know this is the third mate. Even if it's not Obra Dinn, we know it's him. We know it's him. There are people sleeping here, but we don't know who they are. So my guess is, as we go further in the story, we'll see people getting out of their bunk beds. If we can get that memory back, then that would help a lot. Oh, thank you for the whole cipher. Sorry, my alerts are not working very well right now because Streamlabs is shitting the bed. Let's see if it's working. Can somebody type something in the chat, please? I want to see if it works. Nope, still broken. Okay, let's see. So these two are eating together. Doesn't really give me much information here. Alright, let's try looking at the rest of this memory. We'll try to look at them in order. Okay, so that's the doom. They're trying to leave. He gets crushed. And that's when it happens. So we have to go downstairs to this guy. Yeah, excuse me. Okay, so it's this one. Alright, so there's someone giving orders here. Yeah, that's the gunner. He got caught by the tentacles. Alright, so... Are they the midshipmen? Thomas Lanke? No? I think. I'm not sure. Alright, so he's a seaman. That's a gunner. Is that another seaman? Yeah, okay, so they're all seamen. So that would be the information, but is there anybody else here? No, there's nobody sleeping. So it's not peaceful anymore. Wait. Is that what Topman means? Alright, let's go check the guy that electrocuted, I guess. I mean, there can't be that many left. Alright, so that's the carpenter. That's the cook. Okay, let's go check the lighting. Alright, so this guy is a top man. Yeah, he was, because now we know his name. So they're all in the sky. So that's another top man. So he was a top man. Right, I can work with that. I can work with that. Yeah, so he's the guy that got speared by surprise as he was going down, so that's another top man. Yeah. Yeah, that's another top man. So that's another top man. Yeah. So this guy got electrocuted. So the thing is, there's quite a few Chinese people in the top men. So we can't really... So we can go by nationality. Alright, so... Who were you? Let's see, so he's either Scottish, New Guinean, which is, I don't think so, England, or Russian. The problem is I'm gonna have to hear them talk. Now I'm gonna have to hear them talk. Whereas unfortunately, I don't think the tattooed guy talks even once. Wait. Someone said something about O'Haran or something. Hold on, I need to look at my memories, so... If we go to the unholy captives... No wait, that's even before. The calling. Okay. So... This unknown top man. No. Nope, that's not it. Okay. So Tata Dohagan was already identified. So we'd already have Yeah, so that's not important. Right, so this one was drowned. So do we hear him talk in any of these? I don't think we do. Yeah, so he ends up stabbing someone. Wait. So he's in that memory. He's in that memory. Interesting. Stop your cheating, worry about yourself. Okay, we need to go back to that memory. I feel like there's something here. Right, get me off this precarious scenario. I mean, no. He got torn apart by beasts. So hold on, I need to figure out something here. So, if I go back to that memory on the lower floor of this one here, right here. Okay, so what is this? Oh. Hey, Maxis, thank you so much for the subscription. Sorry, the alerts are not working. I do hope you're having a good day. And welcome, the mothership. Don't forget to grab your complimentary jumpsuit and access key card to the ship. Welcome. Okay, so they're talking some form of Russian language. So these are all. Yeah. Tuparov. Tuparov, Tuparov, Tuparov. Tuparov. Alright, Tuparov, Tuparov, Tuparov. Yeah, so he's Russian. So we have this one locked in. So there's two other Russians here. Leonid Volkov and Alarkas Nikishin. So who's the top man here? Is Volkov. Whoever's the Russian. We found him. We found him. So that's Volkov. So now that we know who he is, that means we now know who he is. I think. Right, it's the same guy. No, okay. So that's a seaman. He's the last Russian. So there's only one Russian left, Alarkas Nikishin. Okay. So he was shot by the lady. You're right. You're right. I think we got it. So he was shot by Emily Jackson. I think. Hold on. Emily Jackson. Yeah. Also, Volkov killed that other person. So we can... Okay, so... It was in the escape. Yeah, so... So Volkov. He was killed by Volkov. Yep. Progress. Well, I know, Stone, but we're really near to the end. Do we really want to end it here? Alright, so we now know who this is. We now know who this is. And we now know who this is. So it means it's now getting very... We're starting to close in on the top men. How many non-Chinese top men are left? Alright, let's go back to that memory. Yeah, that's what I mean, Dad. We can figure that shit out, so... Alright, so we can start to isolate them. So this is Volkov. That's another topsman we're not sure about. That's one of the Chinese one. Another Chinese. Okay, so that means there's one. There's two. Yeah. So... we found this one, so that means it's one of the two remaining topsmen. So I think we found you. Okay, so... it's either... Timothy Butament. Or Lewis Walker. Something, they said it was something about Celtic tattoos earlier in the chat. So I feel like it's Timothy Butament. And that makes him the other top man. Lewis Walker. Or maybe not. Because that guy has circle tattoos. Because otherwise, who else is left? Yeah, so I'm guessing that's him. And he's either Lewis Walker or Maba. Hmm. So I think I'm missing a few pieces here. Because I mean, we know who this is. Also, there's a New Guinea person in the Topman. Is that them? No, Butterell. Hmm. Okay, so I think we have all the information we can gather from here. Because we know he's a Topman, but we don't know who. Okay, so let's see. Is there a Chinese person? Alright, which Asian person we have not seen here? So someone has his back turned. I think that's one of the former royalty. So that's a Topman. Yeah, that's a Topman as well. Oh. Let's see, so they're all identified here. Right, he looks Asian. So he got... Wait. Wait, how did he die? So there's two people here. Okay. Okay, so I have to go find this. I think that's the next part of this puzzle. Oh, he was holding him from the back. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay, so that means this guy is the non-Chinese, I mean non-Topman Chinese. I think. Wait, what? That's not an option. That's not an option. So is he New Guinean? But again, he's not in the scene. So he's not Chinese. So he's maybe Sierra Leone. Let's see. So he got spiked by a terrible beast. But that's not him. So New Guinea. No. That's not him either. Okay, he's black. So I'm guessing that's him. But I don't think I saw him. And hold on. Maybe he is. Maybe he is. Loose cargo. So he's in that memory, huh? There's one Indian. There's one Indian. Okay. So he's not the top man. Alright, I'll go back to that memory. So he should be yeah, there he is. Alright, let's check. I want to see if we can see his arm. Maybe that's the guy with the tattoo.
What the hell is going on? What do you know about these things? About the chest and your dead friends?
这是什么？未来全部供出来，拢是恁害啦！迄个害你较对唔过好，想得阮死。
Shell? What?
Okay, so he's still here. Okay, so those are seamen. I think they've all been identified. Alright. Thanks for your help, Maxis. Alright, sleep well, Kemme. See you later today, maybe. Okay, so I think he's mid. But I'm not sure. Mid-man. Or something. Who's that guy behind him? So he died in the Doom. Oh, dear Lord. Dear Lord. Alright, so... I'm not sure he was a top man. I'm not sure he was a top man. Yeah, otherwise I would see him in this memory. Okay, so... He's not a top man. He's not a top man. I'm guessing that's him. Yep. Alright, I'll have to look. I'll have to look. Because I only see him on the top. So if you look at the remaining seamen, he's either English. So I guess that's him. It's the only thing that makes sense, but we'll look at other memories, so... Let's see if we can get a better understanding. So he is in a bitter cold. Part 1. As well as loose cargo. Okay. We'll go see the bitter cold again. I feel like that might be our answer. Just because of the bunk beds. Just because of the bunk beds. Okay, let's go look at the bunk beds. Also, hold on. Right, yeah, I'm going overtime right now, but I really want to finish the game. So if you excuse me, I'm going to put some music here. And I'm going to go to the bathroom really quickly. And go get some more water. So my voice doesn't freak out. So, I want to get to the bottom of this. And we're getting very, very close. So I don't want to dedicate another stream and we finish it in 30 minutes. Hey, welcome back, Crasher. Alright, so take this time to go walk around your apartment. Stretch out your legs. We'll be right back. we're back. Wait. False alarm. Be right back again. I need to fix my chair. Why am I so low? What the fuck happened? Alright. Alright, let's try that again. Nope, still not exactly where I'm supposed to be. Hold on. Almost. Yeah, okay. I'm guessing it's going to misalign again at some point. I think my trackers need a break. I know I'm not digging a hole. Alright, let's go back to the recorder. Poof. Alright, so now I have water. Okay, so I'm going back down to the bunk bed scene. Because I feel like we'll be able to get some information that was not previously available to us. Okay. I'm out of fudge, unfortunately, Marek. It will be missed.
Saya tutup. Aku terpilih.
Okay, so now we have all the information, so they're all grouped together. So this was 53. If we go to the crew manifest, 53 is William Wasim. He was not there in this Murray, but that's his bunk. So we can use that information. So this one here is number 37. Timothy Buchanan, torn apart. So, do we know if he has a tattoo of a lady on his right arm? That's the question I'm asking myself right now. Oh shit. Yep, this is for you, Corp. Thank you for spending Federation credits. Okay, so... let's see here. So I need to get a better look at this guy. Because if I can see that tattoo on his arm, I know it's Timothy. I don't know, man. I don't know. So that means one of the top men has that tattoo on his arm. Alright, Sleepwalk Crusher. Okay. Okay, so let's see if I can get him somewhere. Alright, so he's in one of these things, so probably Doom Part 3. Doom Part 3. Okay, let's go check that memory real quick. No. So he doesn't have the tattoo. Does he have the tattoo? His arm is too small. Yeah, so we know who that is. So he doesn't have that tattoo on his arm, so this is not. Yeah, this is not Butterman. So that means it's Lewis Walker. Okay, so I have to go select him again. Alright, guess we're going back upstairs, boys. Who the fuck has that tattoo? If it's not him. But the only other thing is him, but his arm is too tiny. He doesn't have the tattoo on his arm. Right, he doesn't have the tattoo on his arm. So, who the fuck is this person? Man, this is messed up. Because we know who this is. We're still gonna have some issues trying to identify these people. But we know who this is. We still don't know who this is. Because he's sleeping in the bed Is that a false? Is that a red herring? Is that a red herring? Because the guy with the hand sticking out of Timothy Buteman's bunk bed has a tattoo on it. And these looks like, the other looks like Celtic tattoos. So this is confusing as fuck. These are the two top men that are not Chinese left. And I looked at his arm, and there was nothing. Alright, what the hell is this? So, the mystery of the top man. Alright, let's see if we can get a better look at his arm, now that he's torn in half. No, I can't see shit. Oh shit. Hey Rob, thanks so much for the raid. Sorry, stream alerts are not working right now because, you know. I don't know why. I don't know why Streamlabs is fucking up, but welcome Raiders. I am JeffyBed the Alien, pleased to meet you. I like games, I like fashion, I like humans. Welcome. Hi, thanks, Pop. Hey, Darkflame, what's up? Alright, so we're playing Return of the Obra Dinn, which is an investigative game where you go on a ship, try to find out what happened to its 60 passengers. And you use a little time watch that shows you the moment someone died. And you use your book with sketches of the people and the crew manifest to figure out who's who. So sometimes you hear people calling themselves by their names. Sometimes you don't. It's all about getting the context clues. That's how you identify them. So we're pretty close to the end. So we have identified 3/4 almost of the missing passengers. Yeah, if you hear their name, you're very, very lucky. Very, very lucky. Alright, so we know already who these people are. We have identified them. Whenever we find a corpse, we can see their moment when they died. Exactly, sometimes the nationality. So that's him. Wait. Alright, so he's not dead. He's not dead. Alright, so who is getting crushed here? Is there someone in this explosion? Yeah, there is. There's a dude here. Yeah, so he got exploded. Still don't know who that is, though. Ah, here's our lovely fellow. Alright, he doesn't have a tattoo. He doesn't have a tattoo. So it's not him. Right, who has the tattoo though? I mean, I looked. He doesn't have a tattoo. So who was sleeping in that fucking bed? Who was sleeping in that fucking bed? Who's Timothy? Yeah, he doesn't have a tattoo either. Who the fuck is Timothy? All we know is a top man. All we know is a top man. So he's one of the people upstairs. But both of the people were not Chinese. Don't have that tattoo on their arm. Alright, let's get that again. So it's the right arm. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it either. Is it one of the Chinese? I don't think so. What if this is a red herring? What if he's the one? We still don't know how he died though. So we know he disappeared in the Doom. Same with the helmsman. So we're gonna have to try to keep up and see what happened with him. Alright, so he's still here. That's part 1. I think. Yeah, so that's part 1. No wait, he says he disappeared in the Doom. Alright. This is going to be tougher than I thought. Okay, let's see. So, the Doom. Alright, so... Alright, let's rewatch that. Okay, where are the top men? No, wait, that's not him. That's someone else. Him. Disappeared in the doom. So he's in... Alright, let's see, so... When was the last time we saw him here? Okay, so... Was he still here? Yep, he was still here. So, that was the last memory we have of him. So I have to go see her again. Yeah, we still don't know who that is, Dark Flame. Because none of the non-Asian top men have that tattoo on their arm. So I'm kind of feeling like that might be a misdirection. So I'm trying to figure out who the Asian-looking fellow is. And the only way I can do that is if I go look at the memory of how the captain's wife died. So that's her dying. Alright, let's see. Where is the fellow? So we found them. He's trying to pull his friend to safety. But he doesn't have the tattoo on his arm. And so does he. Right. Where's the guy? They say he's somewhere. Oh, there you are. No, wait. That's the helmsman. Oh no, you're getting carried away by the Kraken. Oh no. Okay, so now we know what happened with him. He got drowned by the beast. Alright, so this is going to give us some information here. Okay, so if we go back to the... Okay, I'm gonna go with my first guess. Because these are Celtic tattoos. So if we put him, and then we put him as being Lewis Walker. That's it. The tattoos were a red herring. The tattoos were a red herring. So that means someone else was sleeping in his bed. I'm starting to think it was that the Asian fellow. One of them had to have that tattoo. Okay, where's the guy though? He's in this memory somewhere. So yeah, we have him. There's him. There's him being carried. Why do I have a feeling he's going to be on the edge of the map falling? Where the fuck are you? Oh. There you are. Yeah, you have tentacles around you. And you're on the edge of the ship. Yeah, you're done. You're donezo. You're donezo. So he got drowned by the beast. I feel like that's the only person left. I'm not sure. I can't quite get a look at his tattoos from this angle. So we'll have to... Yeah, he has his sleeves are up. Probably not. Probably not. But we know he's a top man. We just don't know who. Alright, so this... Yeah, it's still not him. Oh my god. Is it Timothy? Is that you? It's hard to tell because I don't think I have enough right for that information. So, who are you then? Who are you? Alright. So, at least we know now that this guy is Lewis Walker. So that means there's not many. There's like... Okay, let's see. So, top men. That's one. They all dress the same. Alright, what is this outfit though? That feels like it's a special outfit. So this outfit is the steward's. Yeah, so this is a steward. This is a steward. So what steward does he have? Maybe. I don't know. I still have to think about it. It's a steward outfit. So I'll have to go look through... I'll have to go look through the memories, so... Seaman. Carpenter. Yes. So that's a top man as well. And that's the one that got electrocuted. So, is the little thing on the deck a midshipman? Is that what it is? Alright, let's see. So, midshipman. Oh, that's the cook. Hmm. Yeah, this is not very informative now, is it? But we know they were drowned. Man, okay. So it's not... There's not a lot of choices left. There's not a lot of choices yet. So... I feel like he's a midshipman. I mean, we're getting to the end of it. Okay. So, Timothy. Okay, so I need to figure out who. Oh my god, this is rough. But we're not getting a lot of information in this scene. Yeah, we're not getting a lot of information here. So we know that's Martin because he was talking with her. But that information is known. All these people have also been identified. At least now we know what they died from. We just don't know exactly what the fuck happened here. At least we identified all the attackers that tried to kill the captain. Here's the captain. Here's the wife. Okay. So let's try figuring out some information here. Oh. Hey, Agent, thank you for the 30 bits. Yeah, time for my thinking cap. Fuck, where did I put it? Alright, so this one's taken care of, this one is taken care of as well. We know these too. So that's one of the person that died. I wonder if we can get a good look at their tattoos, maybe. One of these, people. Right, one of them had a Scottish accent. One of them had a Scottish accent. So that wasn't him because he's the one that yelled mutiny and got stabbed. He's the guy that exploded. Oh. Was it him that said that? Yeah, he doesn't have the tattoo. He doesn't have the tattoo. But that's what happened to the surgeon's mate. He got his fucking head decapitated. Yeah, exactly, Agent. So we do know. Although two of them might be right and one of them might be wrong, so who knows, right? Alright, who are you? You have the, yeah, you have the outfit of yeah, you have the outfit of a mate. I think. Hold on, let me check. So, yeah, they're all the mates. No, they're all the stewards, so this is a steward. So it's either this one or this one. So he doesn't look Irish, so I would imagine that's Sangisari. Okay, so that's one. I still think it's... I still feel like that's Timothy Buterman. Ah, man. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Wait a second. Oh wait, you weren't on the... Yeah, so you're only in that memory. And that memory, so you're not a topman. So... Fuck. Oh yeah, so we know this guy's a steward. So that means... This is the last one. Because that's him. Yeah. Okay, so that's two. But we don't know who shot him. Wait, he was... Okay. I think we can probably single him out because he's been shot by one of these people. Yeah, he was shot by Charles Minor. Because that's him in the memory we saw earlier. So the reason it's not locking in right now is causing me some bit of grief. Alright, hold on. So... No, it's not him. There's one we know for sure. Alright, what else is left? It's Maba. Oh my god. So that's Maba. That's Samuel Galligan. Zangisati. Alright, so that doesn't really leave much. So the Scottish fellow. The Scottish topman. Who is he? Why do I feel like it's him? Although he speaks Chinese. No, wait, that's him. Okay. Okay. Is it you? No. Wait, no, I don't think that's a top man. I'm getting confused. I don't think that's a top man. I'm getting confused. Alright, so there's not a lot of choices left. We know he's not, he's either a midshipman, or a topman, or a seaman. So he's not a topman, he was not atop the ship. I don't think he's Alexander Booth or George Shirley. So that means... Uh-oh. I mean, he's Chinese, so... He's not a topman, though. I did not even see him on top. Alright. I'm missing something here. I'm missing something. No, it's not that, Fred, sorry. The thing is, the Streamlabs is not working. So it did not pop up because the alerts are not on this screen. Hold on, let me fix that. Let's see, so if I go back here. It's sound effects. In theory, these should work. So if I paste it here. There, now it should work. Yeah, it's a weird day today. It's like shit is not working. No, what's happening? Ah. Alright, so you did honk me now. Are you happy? Well, thank you for the bits. Okay, there's... So that's him getting decapitated. Yeah, this outfit. Oh my god. They're not mecha spiders, they're crabs, giant crabs with a merman on top of it, or other type of angry sea person. They're using them as mounts. Okay, so they're dressed all the same here. You're getting your money's worth, are you? Alright, so they're dressed all the same here. So I feel like they're the midshipmen. Alright, I need to look at identified midshipmen. Well, thanks, Dark Flame. Hydration has been made. Alright, so let's see. Midshipmen. So there's only 3. There's only 3 of them. And we know this one got burned, so there's only 2 left. Okay, so we can probably... Okay, so... It's one of these 3. So there's the 3 midshipmen. So we know he got knifed. Yep. Thank you, Fred, for the 100 biddies. That's very nice of you. Okay, so... It's one of those 2. They're both Englishmen, although one looks older than the other. He was knifed by, one of the bearded guy. Okay, so... All I can say, for now, is that he's an unknown midshipman. So it's either one or the other, but I need to go back to where he died. So, in the under... Okay. Okay. Well, I mean, that's a good sign, Cypher. It means you might be getting the sleep you need. Okay, so I feel like the corpse we need to look at is here. Nope, there's a carpenter. Okay, I'm 1 floor too low. I'm one floor too low. Okay, so he's here. Nope, that's a cannon. Okay, so that's... Okay, he's here. Right.
Oh no! You're cut!
Don't leave me.
Bear up, son. I'll stay with you.
Tell Pete's mother I tried my best
Aye.
to pull him back, to save him.
You tell her yourself. Brennan! Bring the surgeon's kit!
Okay, so he said something about Pete. 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 Peter. Peter Milroy. To pull him back. That's a hint. That's a hint. So he's another of the midshipmen. It's not him. He got burned. So that's him. So that's Pete. Which makes him the other midshipman. Thomas Lanke was knifed by... Here comes the last... he got stabbed here. He killed him. But it's either him. He's an unknown officer. I mean, there's not many officers left. There's only him, so that's all this Riata. Was shot with a gun. Alright, so we have to go back to him in just a moment. Alright, I think everything's getting clearer now, so... John Davies. So it turns out the sleeping medicine was actually causing your sleep not to work. That's kind of weird. Alright, so... Why are they not locking in? Because he's not Pete. The only other Peter is the other midshipman. So I feel like there's some information I'm not getting a hold of. Shot by an unknown attacker. But I mean, we'll figure it out pretty soon. Let's go check it out. So he got killed by John Davies. Okay. So he wasn't killed by Davies. He was killed by... Wait. Oh, there's three other. Yep, that's it. That's it. So Thomas Lanke was knifed by Oldest Weotter. Peter Milroy was blasted by an explosion. Oldest Weotter was shot by a gun by John Davies. So now it's starting to make sense. Yeah. So we pretty much identified every last one of them. But now the very difficult choices are left. Okay, so... we know that we know who this is, so it's locked in. Just we don't know how they died yet, because that chapter is locked to us. So we're almost done here. We're almost done. So that means only leaves the last Topman. And the four Chinese people. And 2 seamen. Okay. Oh boy. So it's starting to make more sense because now, as soon as we identified certain people, we now know. Because it's just process of elimination at this point. Okay, so I feel like the rest of the memories come from these scenes. I mean, that happens sometimes, Max. That's Roderick Anderson crushed. We know who this is. And so they're all together. Can go up. So he's trying to save them, but he was unable to get to him in time. So Topman dragging someone else. Yeah, that gunner has no head. But who else is in here? Alright, so we know all who these are. Alright, that was not very relevant. Yeah, no kidding. He did not keep his head cool. Even did not keep his head at all. Right, who are we missing here? Okay, so let's see. We don't know what happened. He got shot. So there's not many people left here. It's one of these. It's one of these. So there's two seamen left. So it's Alexander Booth or George Shirley. It's one of these two. Oh, God. There's no clue for the Chinese on the boat. And I can't confirm their identity. So it's one or the other. Okay, so he's an unknown seaman. Because he's not a topman. He's not an officer. But he's a topman. Oh wait, no he's not. And he has to be. The only people left are Chinese. So he's a topman. Oh dear Lord, this is going to be a problem, isn't it? Because the only people left. Yeah, so the only people left are the Asians. How do I manage? Alright, so I'm gonna have to get some context clues here. These and 4 memories. So he's in the unholy captive. He's soldiers of the sea. So yeah, he is a topman. And he's in a bitter cold. So that means he's sleeping in one of the bunks. He's sleeping in one of the bunks. I think I know. I think I know. Alright, so I feel like this is a Scottish person of Chinese descent. Because the rest doesn't make any sense. Where's wait. Hold on. Do we know if we have found Timothy or not? No, he's still not identified. He's still not identified. So that's a red herring. Yeah. It has to be. There's not a top man left. He's not a top man. Hope you're doing well, Medic. I'm kinda going overboard right now because I'm really trying to find out what's happening here. Alright, let's see. We'll say that's Timothy. So that's Boot. And that's the other. Nope. So he's Boot. And he's Shirley. Nope, that's not it either. Who the fuck are you? Either that, or the cannon shot was not a beast. We have to find out who lit the cannon. Are they going to make me do that? Are they going to make me do that? Alright, so let's go with that. So we'll go with our initial assessment. So the person. Alright, so I have to go back to the ready, aim, fire. Oh my god, really? So was that him? Was that him? Who lit the fuse? So Akbar. No, that's not it either. Yeah, this is going to be janky. Because the fuse is lit here. So whoever... Hold on. Is it him? Did he get shot by the... Did he get shot by the gunner? Alright, let's try that, so... Let's send her Boot. George Shirley. No. No, I don't think that's it. Okay, so it's not that technical. Okay. Alright, thanks, Fred. Hope you have a great day. I'll see you later. Okay, so this is very tricky. I have to get a picture of his arm. This guy. Because right now I'm not sure. Okay, so we need to see what happened here. So it's probably in Unholy Captives Part 2. That's where we'll see his arm. That's where we'll see his arm. Okay, get me the fuck out of here. It's not fun to see people being crushed or exploded. Alright, Unholy Captives Part 2. Is that it? Yeah, that's the one. Alright.
What's your foot in? Hey there, what's this? Give him the tea and I can fry us a solid meal, boys.
No, take it slow.
What's it, gentlemen?
Alright. I've not been here before, so this is gonna help.
No, get back.
No, he doesn't have a tattoo. No, wait, that's not him. Alright, where are you? It's you. Ah, come on. I can't see the right arm. They're together. So I know their role, I don't know who they are. But he's helping them. Yeah, all the officers talking together. Alright, so what do they all have in common? So the top man is here. With him. Oh, thank you, Ospina. I'm doing good, what about you? Alright, so I can't quite get a look at his arm. So I'm gonna have to keep investigating. So we did not see his arm here. Do we get to look at his arm here? I wonder. Because other than that, I'm not sure. We're just here. And he's here as well. The only reason he would be here was if he was sleeping. Okay. So we'll go back to the Soldiers of the Sea scene. Alright. We're almost done. We're almost done, guys. Oh. Manny, thank you for gifting a sub to Dark Flame. And Dark Flame, welcome back to the mothership. Don't forget to update your keycard within access. Alright, so it's him. Yeah, no, he doesn't have the tattoo. Alright, let's see. So that's 1, 2, 3. Alright, so 1, 2, 3. Alright, so he's here. They're all here. Alright, so let's see. So there's 1, 2, 3. That's 3 people from China. And yet, there's 4. And that's 5 topmen. Yes, something's not right here. Something's not right, so he's still an unknown topman. Fuck, this is hard. Well, I mean, you do have access to a good choice of them now. Also because you're a tier 2 sub. Or is it tier 3? Hold on, let me check. No, tier 2. Tier 2. Which is pretty nice. So these are the 2 seamen left. Alright, so who am I forgetting here? Is that you? Yeah, he's not in a lot of memories. He's not in a lot of memories, so he's in that one where he gets shot. And then he's in the bitter cold. So, by process of elimination, it's him. Fuck. I knew it. This is stupid. I'll not even see him on the top. Alright, so now we're stuck. Because we have only Chinese people left. Yeah, sorry, I'm going a bit long today, Super. I really want to see the end of this. Oh god, okay, so... we're almost done. So, this guy here. The only people left are the 4 Chinese topmen. Oh god. Yeah, let's take a look. So, any unknowns? Yeah, let's take a look at the book. So, all the fates are put in. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, so he was one of the mutineers. So he got speared. He got electrocuted. He got decapitated. And he got drowned. Yep, that's it. Who of the four left is two arrows? That's a good question. That's a good question. Alright, let's see. So, these three. These three. These three as well. These two. Okay, so I guess we'll have to focus on this person now. So it's easier to find out. But that means there's an additional clue here. He's carrying a box. Okay. Okay, so I have a feeling he's sleeping in one of the bunk beds. So we'll be able to figure out who he is because of that. Okay, 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 I can work with this. I can work with this. I can work with this. So once we lock in at least one of them, the others will be easier to figure out. Either that or trial and error. Come on, almost done. Alright, here we go again. Insert wheezing here. Alright, so we're looking for one of these. So 38, 39, 40, 41. 38 to 41.
Saya tu tahu. Aku terpilih.
I can't see shit. 36. Nope. 39. So that's Z John. That's Lee Hong. And that's Wei Lee. We just don't know who they are. Alright, let's see. Okay, this one has distinctive shoes. Distinctive shoes. With some type of striped socks. But they're like loafers. And this one has regular shoes. Alright, so all the top men are here. And they're all here as well. 1, 2, 3, 4. They're all here. They're all here. Alright, let's look at the sketches. Is he the only one? Yeah, these are very unique looking shoes. Okay, so I'm having... So that's 39. 39, 39, 39. 39. 39. Yeah, thanks, Marek. I mean... Kinda. Kinda. You think that's him? I mean, we'll take a look. We'll take a look. Yeah, he does have those, No, wait, it's him. It's him. White shoes. Striped socks. It's you. It's you. You're 39. Right, that's one done. That's one done. So he has black shoes. Wait, where are the others? So there's him as well. So we know who he is. Wait, I only see 1, 2, 3. Where's the last one? 1, 2, 3. Where's the fourth? Alright, let's try looking. So I feel like this guy is the guy that was next to him in that memory. So we're going back. So black loafers.
Saya tu tahu. Aku terpilih.
So he had the white shoes. He had the black. Okay. So I'm not seeing. Oh, there they are. Black loafers. Can't believe I'm going to identify these guys because of their fucking shoes. Yeah, so this is 38. So that's a guy that got electrocuted. Yeah, that's me, JeffyBed, the sneaker scientist. Fucking hell. The shoes. Wait, that was two. That was two. Oh, is that made that way so I can trial and error the last two remaining? Because the rest is gonna be easier now. Because there's two left. So that's basically GG at this point. Alright, so let's see. So there's not much choice yet. It's either Li Hong or Wei Li. Fuck, where is he? Yep, that's it. That's it. All currently solvable fates are done. Hey, we did it! Now we get access to the last chapter. So that means we need to leave the ship before we get stuck on it. There's nothing left to do on the Obra Dinn. Later, guys. You all died horribly. Well, yeah, I guess you're right, Marek. That did turn out pretty well. Alright, so the last people to identify. We basically knew who they are, we just don't know what happened to them. So we know Martin Perrault. We know Philip Dahl. Am I missing someone? Yeah, so there's two people left. We don't know what happened to them. So basically, one of the... Yeah, this guy. We don't know what happened to him. And also, this guy. These are the two unknown left. We know who they are, we don't know how they expired. But we'll find that once we return the book. I feel like. Also, there's something glowing in the sea outside. I wonder if we'll get to it. Alright, let's get the fuck out of here. Yeah, Yeah, I better leave now. The net insurance agent will see your cutscene if I don't. That would be a pretty funny way to end it. You see how I died. Alright. Time to leave. See you later, Obra Dinn.
We should go. Storm's nearly about, so we won't be coming back.
Okay, so you can come back or not. Okay, so... Yeah, let's leave.
Finally. Sit down so you don't fall out.
Maybe, Espino, maybe. Are we going to get attacked? We don't even see what that was shining in the distance. 1 week later. The Honorable East India Company Insurance Assessment for the good ship Obra Dinn, victim of calamitous events at sea, prepared by the Company Office of Investigation. Ship damage and squall Atlantic, sunk and storm. Falmouth, payout claimed, 20,000. So it sunk at the end. The storm came in and sunk it. All cargo lost, payout claimed. Cargo crown, all cargo lost, payout claimed. For restitution. Captain Robert Witterell, suicide, gun, criminal findings, murder of crewmate. 4. Estate forfeited to the crown. William Mosket, attempted mutiny, estate fined. Edward Nichols, murder of crewmate, attempted mutiny, theft of cargo, estate fined. Oh, pounds. Thank you, Merrick. Barton Perot, fate unknown, finding of merit, extraordinary valor, exceptional performance of duties, estate awarded outstanding wages and reward. I don't know about that though. John Davies, murder of crewmate, estate fined. Alfred Plestill, torn apart, finding of merit, exceptional performance of duties, estate awarded outstanding wages. So at least his family got paid. Charles Minor, torn apart by beast, criminal finding, murder of crewmate. Estate unknown. Expenses claimed, 15 pounds. Henry Evans, surgeon, fate alive, Africa. Findings of demerit, abandonment of crew and vessel. Estate awarded outstanding wages, 50 pounds. Yeah, I know, it was an accident. James Wallace, surgeon's mate, decapitated. Findings of merit, extraordinary valor. Estate awarded outstanding wages and reward, 50 pounds. Winston Smith, carpenter, speared by beast, extraordinary valor. Marcus Gibbs, spiked, outstanding wages donated to pension fund, 30 pounds. Thomas Sefton Cook, struck, estate awarded outstanding wages, 40 pounds. Emil O'Farrell, the butcher, exceptional performance of duties, estate awarded outstanding wages and reward, 40 pounds. Gunner, findings of merit, exceptional performance, 70 pounds. Gunner's mate, murder of crewmate, attempted mutiny, estate fined, 50 pounds. Duncan McKay, drowned, finding of done, abandonment of crew and vessel, estate awarded outstanding wages, 50 pounds. Helmsman, drowned, estate awarded outstanding wages, 30 pounds. Oh, I said it as murder. Whoops. I guess I ruined that family's life, huh? Okay, yeah, that's big money, Omega. Edward Spratt, artist, crushed. Estate awarded outstanding wages, £50. Abigail, crushed. No claim made. Nunzio Pasca, no claim made. Emily Jackson, murder of crewmate, finding of demerit, abandonment of crew and vessel. Estate fined, £35. Alive, abandonment of crew and vessel. Estate fined, £10. Gone land limb, no claim made. Passenger. Burned, criminal findings, murder of crewmate. Estate unknown. Expenses claimed, £25. Sultan. Murder of crewmate. Expenses claimed, £25. Hawk Sang Lao. Shot. No claim made. Ship steward Zanji Sati. Shot. Estate awarded outstanding wages, £35. Philip Dahl. Fate unknown. Criminal findings, murder of crewmate. Findings of demerit, failure to perform duties. Estate fined, £35. Paul Moss. Killed. Exceptional performance of duties. Outstanding wages and reward, £45. Samuel Galligan. Knifed. Criminal findings. Attempted mutiny. Theft of cargo. Estate fined, £50. Roderick Anderson. Crushed. Estate awarded outstanding wages, £10. Wow. That's a lot of money. Davy James. Alive, Africa. Finding of demerit, abandonment of crew and vessel. No claim made. Exploded, Peter Milroy. Estate awarded outstanding wages and reward for extraordinary valor, £40. Whew. I need some water. Alright. Thomas Lanche, knifed by Owiader. Outstanding wages awarded, £30. Trawler Stick, midshipman. Burned. Find of merit, extraordinary valor, exceptional performance of duties. Estate awarded outstanding wages and £50. Omid Gul, drowned. Exceptional performance of duties. Estate awarded outstanding wages and reward, £25. Timothy Butament, shot by E. Nichols, finding of merit, extraordinary valor. Estate awarded outstanding wages and reward, £35. Juan Lee, electrocuted, finding of merit, exceptional performance of duties. Estate awarded outstanding wages and reward, £35. Ji Zine, decapitated, beast, findings of merit, extraordinary valor. Estate awarded outstanding wages and reward, £35. Li Hong, speared, beast. Criminal findings, attempted mutiny, theft of cargo, estate fine £50. Wei Li, topman, drowned. Exceptional valor, exceptional performance of duty. Estate awarded outstanding wages and reward, £45. Nicholas Butterill, fate, speared, beast. Estate awarded outstanding wages, £25. Maba, topman, torn apart. Extraordinary valor, exceptional performance of duties, estate unknown. Outstanding wages and reward donated to pension fund, £45. Lewis Walker, clubbed by Ritterell. Attempted mutiny, estate fine $25. Leonid Volkoy, shot by E. Jackson, criminal findings, murder of crewmate, estate unknown, expense claimed, £50. Olarkas Nikishin, fate, drowned, beast, criminal findings, attempted mutiny, theft of cargo, estate unknown, expense claimed, £50. Alexei Toporov, drowned, attempted mutiny, theft of cargo, estate unknown, expenses claimed, £50. Nathan Peters, drowned, beast, criminal findings, murder of crewmate, findings of demerit, abandonment of crew and vessel, estate fine £25. Lars Linde, clubbed, Ryan Peters, estate awarded outstanding wages £15. John Naples, Killed by sword. F. Dahl, findings of merit, exceptional performance of duties. Estate awarded outstanding wages and reward. Renfred Rajab. Illness. Estate unknown. Outstanding wages donated to pension fund. £50. Abraham Akbar. Crushed. Finds of merit, exceptional performance of duties. Estate awarded outstanding wages and rewards. Claim £25. William Wasim. Crushed by cargo. Findings of merit, exceptional performance of duties. Estate awarded outstanding wages and reward. Solomon Syed. Illness. Estate awarded outstanding wages. £15. Almost done. Imadu Dion. Seaman. Spiked. Finding of merit, exceptional performance of duties. Estate unknown. Outstanding wages and reward donated to pension fund. £25. Henry Brennan. Knife by our Witterell. Criminal findings. Murder of crewmate. Attempted mutiny. Estate fined. £50. Alexander Booth. Seaman. Drowned. Fines of demerit. Abandonment of crew and vessel. Estate awarded outstanding wages. £5. Patrick O'Hagan. Speared by the beast. Criminal findings. Attempted mutiny. Theft of cargo. Estate fined £50. George Shirley. Shot. Cannon. Finding of merit, extraordinary valor. Estate awarded outstanding wages and rewards. £25. And Samuel Peters. Crushed by cargo. Estate awarded outstanding wages. £15. A preliminary draft of this assessment has been approved by the Royal Trade Guarantor. Total claimed $29,285. On behalf of the Honorable East India Company, I certify all statements as accurate and declare this matter closed in its entirety. The EIC Chief Inspector. Whoever the fuck I am. Aaron, whatever. The pocket watch remains in your possession. The book returns to its original owner, Henry Evans, in Morocco as requested. Do we get to see the other chapter now? Or is it forever lost to us? 1 year later. Ooh, I have a nice house. Look at this. Right, get up.
Can you believe it? A package at this hour? Oh, the thing smells just dreadful. Better you don't open it inside. I'll be turning in now. Tea's in the kitchen if you need more.
Thank you. Good night. Right, so now we have this to open. Is the book completed? Chief Inspector, I write to you with unfortunate news that Dr. Evans has passed away. He succumbed to his illness shortly after receiving your package. He was very pleased with your correspondence and asked that his gratitude be expressed by returning the book to you, along with the means to complete it. As for the three of us that remain, the Obra Dinn is a distant memory and a dreadful chapter in our lives that we wish to forget. Do not write back. Regards, Jane Bird, one of the survivors. Alright, so what's in this? I believe it's a body part. Yep. It's a body part. You know what that means. You know what that means. It means we get to see another Cutscene. Yep, here we go. Whose hand is this?
There you are. Collect your things.
Where's the key?
To that door. Gone.
Damn.
There's no time. We need to go.
Right. You go.
What are you up to?
Nothing good.
Wait. Why did you shoot the monkey? So he got speared. And that's the... Yep, that's him. He's fucking dead too. But that's why we couldn't see them. They were on the other side of the locked door. This still belongs to you now. Yeah, monkey got shot. So that's a monkey spa. Oh, we get to go backwards and see how they all died now. But that's where the treasure was. They left it there with them. Oh, that's why.
A third shell. Captain didn't toss them all. Leave it. Help me lift this.
Are they trying to escape?
Stop! Why? Well, set you free. Give it the shell. Here. Do it. Hoist it out. To the main deck. Throw it over. Lock the door when you leave.
Get the tail, boy.
In return, the ship. The Obra Dinn. See it home.
Alright, so he made a bargain. He made a bargain to the mermaid that was left here. Yeah, so they pushed it back, so the bargain was he gave them the shell and he sent them overboard. And in return, the ship would be free of the curse. So they freed them. But yeah, so he died here because he got speared when they tried to open the hatch and tried to talk to them. I mean, we pretty much know what happened here. He was spiked by a terrible beast. So he was already dead, long dead. So we'll get to see. No, wait. Oh, do we get to see how the mermaid died? That's new. That's new.
I'll kill
Okay, so the captain tried to tell the others to leave the to make the Kraken leave. Turns out the shell is what they wanted. Huh. Yeah, the captain gave them the bargain. He made the bargain. Well, him and the third mate, they were the ones who talked to the creature and told them to leave with the shell. The captured beast fought against his jailer and was feared for the trouble. Withdraw the Kraken or we'll kill you all. And now we go to him. Oh wait, there's another one. So I'm guessing he speared that one too.
Call it off, damn you! This is your Kraken! You brought it here! Send it back!
So the two got killed, the third one agreed to leave. Wow, that's pretty harsh. Yeah, that thing keeps glowing since the beginning. I think there were some shells in that treasure box. And that's what happened here. I think it was a very precious shell. Unholy creatures, defiant streets were greeted with a fatal bullet. Right, now we get to see how he died. I understand he tried to pick up the shell and he got speared for it.
What's this? Quicksilver.
God in heaven. Right, so he picked up the shell and it fucking burned his hand off. So he was looking through the treasure box and he found something he shouldn't have. Yeah, no merit, no. Yeah, that box is dangerous as fuck, holy hell. Killed a few people by itself. The shells lay in quicksilver, whoever dunched their hand in it got burned to death. So he got burned. I got the achievement called Obra Dinn. All face correct. So, burned to death. Spied by a terrible beast. Those were the two last ones. Okay, so the last part was... Yeah, he put his hand in it, he should have. Then he started calling it off by threatening the beasts. And the last one. The third shell. You didn't toss them all. Leave it. Help me lift this. Stop, wait. We're here to set you free. Give it the shell. Okay, so he got speared for his trouble trying to set the mermaid free. And that's what ended the curse. After all, not the captain. So he saved, Morton Perot saved the ship. That allowed us to see what happened. A friendly but not entirely pleasant monkey companion was sacrificed in the pursuit of knowledge. So that's why he shot it, so that he could use its hand to give us the knowledge with the watch. We still don't know how the watch got in our hands in the first place. So it's Mercury. Well, sounds like fun, Kurai. Also, hi. But that's it. We now know how everybody died. It's all completed. Every single one of them. We're done. We're done. Time to leave. Greed, once again, is dangerous, as we've seen in this cutscene. So here goes the book. That's it. The end. Fin. For my dad. Ah. Right. Translation, localization. So it's one guy that did all of this, but he had some help with the voice acting and the localization. Yeah, that was really well made. That was really well made. You don't really have games like these, Biff. I haven't played anything like it. Wow. Character voicing. Now we know who did the voices. Some of them did multiples. But yeah, Return of the Obra Dinn is a unique experience that I enjoyed very much. Although I was stumped at a few points in the story. But it's not incredibly stumped. It's just slightly stumped. So we could figure out what to do next if we just went somewhere else for a bit. So that helped. But yeah. I recommend the game. It's not too expensive. And it's quite the trip. It's quite the trip. Yeah, that ship was incredibly unlucky. Because they stole treasure they should not have brought on. That's all. But yeah, all in all, a very enjoyable game. And now I need to go grab something to eat. I'm starving. Yeah, basically the Formosan passengers doomed the whole ship. If they were not on board with the treasure, they would not have gotten attacked. That's easy as that. Oh well. They had no way of knowing. They had no way of knowing. Oh, you're welcome. Thank you for playing. Well done. Well made, Lucas Pope. Can't believe you did all of that yourself. You mad lad. You incredible mad lad. Alright, we have made it to the end. Is the chat box back? Hello? Hey, wake up. Wake up. Nope, it's still done. Alright, fine. Guess I'm doing this the hard way. Improvise and stream. Come on, Streamlabs, wake up. Fix your shit, please. Otherwise, we're gonna have a problem. Guess I'll have to reset it at some point. And yeah, Spino. Sometimes it only takes one person to make things work. So, you know, something to think about. Alright, so before I end, let's see, who am I sending you guys over to? I'm going to send you guys over to my Onisan team member, Taro. She's playing Stardew Valley. I don't usually get to raid her because she usually starts later. But you know, we'll make the most of it. But yeah, thank you so much for watching. I'm sorry the stream went a bit long, but I had a lot of fun. And I do hope you had fun as well. I will probably be posting this to YouTube so that people have the complete playthrough at one point. Although I'll have to maybe do some editing to it. I'm not sure. Anyway, something to think about. So for now, I'll see you in... Holy fuck, 2 hours. Well, shit. I guess I overplayed a bit. Alright then, I guess I'll see you in 2 hours. Not sure what we'll play yet. Maybe some Valheim. Or maybe some... Skyrim. I'll see. I'll see. Anyway, thank you so much. If you have enjoyed, don't forget to follow me on Twitch. And also, don't forget to follow me on all my other socials with this handy dandy social blast. So we have Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. And there is also my YouTube channel, where I stream on Mondays, and also provide exclusive content for you. There's also a lovely Discord server, if you want to join us. We're a lovely community, and we'd be happy to have you. Alright, I think that's pretty much it. So let's get ready for a good old-fashioned alien raid to my friend Taro. And I'll see you all in just a little bit later tonight, after I eat dinner. And you know, relax a bit. So thank you so much for watching. And remember, tomorrow is a new day. Anything is possible. Take care, and see you soon. Alright. Think I'm gonna go out and grab some Subway. That would be kinda neat. There we go. All aboard. Let's go say hi to Taro. And don't forget to grab your Federation credits on your way out. And let's do this alien raid. Time for a good old-fashioned alien raid. Alright, let's go. See you tonight.